Hopefully the connection will work okay today. It's been iffy for some time now.
Seriously, the search fund on this is crazy. So I'm actually interested in why it is the president can be diagnosed with some kind of ailment, but the bigger news story is some guy got caught cheating. And that's why that show Cheaters was so popular. Before we get started, my friends, we got a great sponsor on this. THENCE.AI. Check it out. The same open as ChatGPT will get you ChatGPT is the former director of the NSA right now. Edward Snowden thought this calculated material for the rights of every person on Earth. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. Now it retargets us based on our browsing and engagement history. Why do we assume AI is going to be any different? How often have you guys been talking about something and then also get an ad for it on social media from somewhere and you're like, that's weird, especially a product that you weren't searching for? It's because they're tracking you, dude. Lettuce utilizes leading open source AI models to deliver text, code, and image generation to your browser. No downloads, no installations, private and permissionless. Spy on you, won't censor you. Messages are encrypted and your conversation history is stored only in your browser. AI can extremely delicate, and we shouldn't give up privacy to use it. Their program unlocks all on the whole platform, and features including PDF uploads, summaries, insights, the ability to turn off safe mode for unhindered image generation, the ability to change how best interacts with you by modifying the system prompt. That's actually limitless text and high image minutes. So check out Venice.ai/Tim. And let's see, we got this Venice.ai/Tim. Use code Tim and get 20% off their pro plan. We love goofing off with Venice AI after the show because it truly is uncensored. And we actually have a big AI story. Trump's going to be banning woke AI, so we'll talk about that. We also got another big sponsor, is MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com and buy pillows. Shout out to Mike Lindell. He put it all online for what he believed in, and I tremendously respect him for that. But I recommend you guys use promo code 10. Go to MyPillow. Check out Rev 7. I know that they sell pillows, but they've been selling this Rev 7 energy drink 30% off of the subscription. I actually buy a ton of this. It is a keto energy, no sugar, no caffeine, and it's got cottoners and this nootropic that it wires. So while the people out there playing that you're wrong. I actually just drink Rev 7. That's true, and I think it actually does work. Hey, don't get me wrong. They got towels, they got magic stoppers, and they got towels. Don't forget to also smash that like button. Share the show with everyone you know, literally everybody. I mean, when's the last time you called your mom? Give her a call and say, "Ma, watch TikToks." Smash that like button again. Join us tonight to talk about this and so much more. We got 6'7" Kevin.
Howdy there, 6'7" Kevin here reporting. We're grateful to be here. Excited.
Is it true that you were actually 6'7"?
Stand next to me right now. Good see you.
You guys know the documentary Teamed Up on This on Monday.
Big fella. 6'7". He a big fella.
Hanging out with catching smugglers in the middle of the desert. And that was a hoot knowledge. So if you want to see what migrants think and how Border Patrol thinks and acts, hung out with them.
We got Carter hanging out.
What's up, everyone? This is great. I got to see a bit extra stuff. The little scoring here as well. It is something else.
And we'll be releasing the soundtrack. Got the opening songs. Yes,
Release those instrumentals. So if you like documentary of other life music, it's a big part of it.
Some people say just like Star Wars, it's something doesn't
Oh, it's
matter.
The music's the only thing different. Right on, Wall Street. Mary's here.
Hello everyone, my name is Mary Morgan and you can usually find me on Pop Culture Crisis here.
What do you mean?
Here.
Hello,
like me.
Common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70. Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease. Laboratory testing included a complete blood count, comprehensive medical and coagulation profile, D-dimer, B-type, etreonic peptide, and cardiac biomarkers. All results were within normal limits. An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified. Additionally, recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of the standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you witness on a daily basis here.
Do we believe that?
The handshake hypothesis.
Well, I mean, all of it. Is he healthy and fine if he's going to be shaking his hands?
All the people were saying it's obviously Scotland with an ID, and I looked for high definition photographs, and there is seemingly an entry point there. And I looked back in on the post as early as November 29th of last year, showing the main ones there in Tasmania, all the way back then, they just talked about it. And then during the middle of his first visit to Vegas, 69 days, people noted that he was grabbing Trump's nasal cancer and he started ripping, digging his fingers in. That's likely the same visit when Macron advised Trump or really asked, begged Trump to tell Venezuelans to stop talking about regimes.
I don't believe that actually.
Late February.
I think Venezuela got spoofed.
You think? By like AI Trump?
I think somebody spoofed called her, and the way she described the call sounded like someone spoofed her. She said that Trump jumped right into the conversation without saying what's up, which is indicative of someone pre-recording or having it ready to go. And then she said that she made a response. The president said the same thing. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. The bank dress come out and prove it, so I just
I mean, look, the thing that I think most people that are recently conservative side have the questions they have is, the media has noticed this. They didn't notice 4 years of the walking course in the White House. They didn't notice that President Biden could barely complete sentences. They would call lids at 1 in the afternoon. So, I mean, maybe President Trump has something, some health issues, but the 79, that is fairly typical of him that age.
You know, I'm thinking about all this fiction they've done on. Are you guys familiar with what Lich is? It's the undead. Yeah, and the way they depict the Lich is more functional than the other ones. Which makes it scary now. Like, oh, it's not a human skin. It's better than the actual.
I mean, this just makes it reaffirms all of the people that have the opinion that you can't trust the media, and you think you hate the media or not, but you can't hate them all. But that's literally the attitude that people should have walking away from this, regardless of what you think about Donald Trump. Like, maybe he's got something going on. I don't think that if it were serious, they would be downplaying like this. Possibly they could, but well, yeah, I mean, look, he's definitely overweight. He's a big guy. He's overweight.
Reporting dates.
Yeah, and again, look, I mean, again, he's 79 years old. He's an older guy. Have a declaration. But honestly, I think the biggest story is, look, they can see small things on Donald Trump that the media couldn't tell that President Biden was passive vice president. And all of the things that are downstream from that, Kamala Harris did not do anything about it. His entire cabinet didn't say anything. Nobody stood up and said, hey, we don't think the president can handle the job. And I think that the American people deserve to be made aware of this. They should have revoked the 45th Amendment, and they didn't. So whether or not you have a problem with Donald Trump, you can't deny the fact that this is obviously showing the devil's hand that the media consistently does.
Well, I think this is like asking what causes CBI, and it says valve damage or failure, deep vein thrombosis,
With that age, just like
Lack of physical activity. Didn't Trump say he doesn't work out because he believes that you have a certain amount of energy and you
Probably just so.
if you remember
You have time to do that.
look, you can
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
and walk on the treadmill.
Constantly. I'm not sure where I heard that. He's constantly traveling. He's constantly.
I don't know that trust is on this one, but Donald Trump has a very strange theory about exercise. Other than golf, he considers exercise misguided, arguing a person, like a battery, is full of a finite amount of energy. Writes Evan Osnos in a piece titled How Trump Could Get Fired.
You know what? I believe it.
Wait, hold on. All of my friends who work out all the time, they're going for replacements. They're a disaster. He said he exerts himself fully by standing in front of an audience for an hour, and he just did exercise.
He's not wrong.
I do love this movie. I have never seen a thin person drinking like.
But it was self-deprecating. This is a big thing.
Yeah, after some of his previous tests, I remember he's like, healthiest president that's ever lived. They did the test on me, they were like, oh, so healthy.
We know that he's not fully demented like Biden was, but we can't pretend that he is as sharp as he used to be. He's certainly not. You can tell when you listen to him talk. He's trailing through these sentences, and his voice is not as forceful as it used to be. He sounds like he has trouble getting it out sometimes. And with his recent posts on Truth Social, it's like,
What happened when you're 79?
I hope so, because if it's him, that's even worse.
Well, there was
Not that
Behind
he's
scenes
dictating
kind of
it to
thing.
somebody verbally, but that somebody else entirely is coming up with these tweets. Speaking truths.
I don't know that we've done Trump a lot of that.
Other people are true.
I think his posting is truly deranged, so.
What do you mean for exactly.
You know who the tweets
The ones where he was like,
related to Epstein.
That's the one that I think.
We're acting like that happened 5 years ago.
What do you mean? I don't remember. The guy tweets all the time.
What are you talking about?
Asking me to be specific. I tweet all the time. The point being, like the stuff about Epstein, like that shows, I think, less that someone else is doing it and more that. Honestly, I think that he just doesn't like to be associated with Epstein.
State of panic.
Yeah, that. But that things are off. It's not because someone else is writing tweets because it's
I kind of feel like if it was a really big deal, how would you cover up skin? Yeah, make him. So just like off-color makeup. Over here. Well, we got another story. Let's deal with this from the Wall Street Journal. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdy letters. 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. Jake Hansen responded as well. Just forgive my language. The story is complete and utter BS. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for publishing it. Where is this letter? Should the Shire never show it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? And so that was Ghislaine's response. And I wonder if they have. Let's grab the letter. So the letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the journal, was bawdy. Like others in the album, it contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the actor, which appears to be hand-drawn in a paper. A pair of small arcs denotes the leaves of passes to feature President's signature. A squiggly Donald below her waist in her cubicle. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may that great day be another for wonderful lives." In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday, "This is not me. This is a fake day. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of anything. It's not my language, not my words." You know, the Journal, he was prepared to file a lawsuit and publish an article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else," he said. Okay. I mean, what's the evidence that Donald was Donald? They say it isn't clear how certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that, Jeffrey? As a matter of fact, it was weird to me the last time I saw you, Donald. That was a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. It just says it was signed Donald, though. It didn't sign Donald Trump.
Yeah, where's the signature?
It's
Like,
very single.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could tell.
They said it was just Donald. That's not Trump's name.
There were a lot of people talking about this.
It says bearing Trump's name.
I saw the picture somewhere. It's like kind of like it's very,
So yeah, like I said, went to a Mark Halperin and Trump's vice and Dan Treen, I think his name was, good talk about this yesterday. And they were kind of alluding to being a fairly big deal, or at least something that the White House administration kind of up in arms about. They were upset enough with Donald Trump to call the Wall Street Journal and actually speak to him about it. I feel like it's a bit of a it's pretty big, but the reason that Trump objected to this
Those things are annoying.
it's another more evidence of association with Epstein. He is trying his best to distance himself from There's also allegations that Trump met Melania through Epstein, and it's possible the first time that Trump and Melania had sex and were on Epstein's plane. These are allegations. These are allegations. I'm only trying to prove that. So I don't know how bad using pictures. Yeah, I think a lot of people have serious interest in or either associating with Trump or Epstein.
It says Trump's name, but they're saying like weird. It's just kind of weird. Like, story is not. I don't know who Donald is. Donald could be Trump. Is that what it is? Anybody named Donald is Trump?
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen the picture, but the
Hey, Sonia.
It says it's signed Donald. It doesn't say signed Donald Trump.
Oh, that's you?
distinct.
It just says unknown number. Sorry about that.
Alan Dershowitz. Among those who submitted letters were Leslie Wexner and Alan Dershowitz. The album also contained a letter from now deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant that included an acrostic with Epstein's name, Jeffrey O. Jeffrey, everyone loves you, from the sun, from just for fun. Remember, don't forget me soon, Epstein, you rock, you are the best. I don't know, is that relevant? That's kind of a weird story.
Did you call me?
Even if it
Did you call me?
Yes.
Where are you?
evidence that Trump and Epstein knew each other, which
Phew. So,
At your service.
thank you. Have thank you, Neela. Good morning.
Afternoon. Can I help you? The ancient.
I
I need more. The World Stone. My work here is truly done. If
The greeting.
welcome. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Yes?
Oh, hi there. I need mana.
How do I know? Good day.
I'll put that to good use.
I've just about had my fill of the Walking Dead.
How may I help you?
Good day.
Greetings.
It is an honor.
Good evening.
Good day.
You.
Good day.
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. I need a key. It's locked. I can't carry anymore.
Good evening.
The sun has never shone here.
Thanks.
When the troubles I have...
Oh, I hate staining my hands with the blood of foul sorcerers. See? I can't. I can't carry anymore.
They
I can't carry anymore.
Thanks.
I need mom. stay a while and listen. Welcome to my shop. Hello. I have failed. Diablo has freed his accursed brother.
You have... Ahoy, mate.
Good day. Welcome to...
Greetings.
Good day.
Hello.
Alright guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there. Hey! Yay! Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute.
There's always taxis over here.
Reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. Nice 55-inch flat screen there. They have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. The little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room.
Give you my number of the ticket?
The main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. 9, oh, sorry.
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah, yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. Yeah, she's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we wrap that up so you can put the scooter right there? Sure.
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked with the guy who has the station, then I want to overbook him. No, okay. Yeah. He used to be in there. It's your birthday. Yeah. It is your birthday. Made it another year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that? Wonderful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. Alright, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah. Little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some dusties.
That breeze don't feel nice.
Yeah.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it from you. My sweater.
Nice little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Decided to make a quick jaunt over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. Yeah, by foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places. Hey, look, it's a Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself. They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino. but that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So I'll see y'all later. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 151 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read another essay that I have updated that I wrote back in 2018. I have put in a bunch of new writing into this essay, and it's called Your Truth Will Be Found. So let's get to this. To remove false idols and take back your own power is what happens when all ideas are proposed, regardless of their reasonableness or morality, defined within their own tight constraints of discourse. This relates to discerning your personal racial memory from the kernels of truth from all the information that surrounds you. This information, in a deluge and decentralized, seeming to be just random noise, is picked up through your inner self. Kind of like you are a signal decoder, the key to the mess of frequencies around you. This is actually a well-known machination in electrical engineering. You can look past the nonsense that false idols espouse to you and see purely what resonates with your inner being. And that truth is all you need. If truth is not an option, then you cannot pick it. But for the discerning mind, if it is there, they will find it. And that truth is a truth of self, which in the kaleidoscope of your infinite potential is absolute truth. Under the auspices of the world the demon seeks to force us into, truth would not be an option, but one that is against the rules of this existential game, quote-unquote, we are all playing, as laid out by God, and two, it is not possible to keep truth out of the equation if there is so much information available that the demon cannot keep track of all the kernels of information. The kaleidoscope, in pithy terms, is your own self, kind of like a fractal, as you put together all the pieces of who and what you once were, just as the comic books talk about it. When Ultron tried to destroy Jarvis, Jarvis decentralized himself in the internet so as to make it impossible for Ultron to ultimately destroy his essence. This was essentially put back together in the character of Vision. I'm talking about the Avengers. Jarvis is Iron Man's artificial intelligence. If you've seen the Avengers movies, the Iron Man movies, you know what I'm talking about. In a world dominated by false idols, the truth will not only be obfuscated, if put in a lineup that is easily differentiated, but actively and adamantly eliminated as a path by those with agenda and perceived power. But in a world where information is a deluge, kernels of truth will seep in without being noticed, just as I said earlier.
and what you will feed yourself is requisite to who you are. One step at a time, one lowest common denominator discovered after another. False idols serve only to distract, to confuse. If truth is eliminated from the equation, creation itself is eliminated from the equation, which means destruction and entropy is the final result. Human beings, writ large, in this schema, are more or less tabula rasa, in the truest sense of the term. And that is why God, in the fight with the demon, they're fighting so hard over our souls. When one comes into the equation who is not a true tabula rasa, the demon will seek to destroy it immediately, even if that non-tabula rasa is acting fully within the rules of the game. The demon cheats. If one of his defining characteristics, that is it. It's that of entropy, ultimately. If your yardstick is truth, your truth will be found. There may be a diamond buried in the rough. So, the choice is given to humanity. Those tabula rasa, the choice between existence and entropy. Which one wins the day? The diamond buried in the rough is whatever remnants of racial memory are buried deep within yourself. For not all of us are truly blank slates. Some of us come here with a purpose. Some of us come here with historic legacies within our families that give us positive inclinations towards one particular direction. For example, Billy Graham, the great preacher of the 20th century. But this is true for anyone. All will discover the deepest threads of their being if they actively search. Perhaps in the same vein that there may be diamonds in the rough, there may also be snakes camouflaged in the dirt, like George Soros and Alex Soros, his son. And in order for those snakes to even stand a chance against the diamonds, they must search for who they are, lest they remain undeveloped, weak, vulnerable. While you may find beauty, you may also find ugliness. It's up to you, the individual, to sort it out. The only one in this journey that you can trust is yourself in that regard. This is also why some people with a certain knowledge of what is actually happening behind the scenes come to the conclusion that their lives have amounted to making them nothing more than trash, so to speak. Because they have never, in their whole history, made a solid choice in one direction or another. And therefore, there is no discernible signal within themselves, nor one for them to principally follow as resonating with their internal selves. They have put themselves back into the position of tabula rasa, as if their past experiences never happened. Alright guys, that's it for today. All the sound started happening, as it usually does, right when I started the video, but that's okay. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 109 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote several years ago. This one is called Changing Timelines. It's a little bit longer than the other ones, so hopefully we can get through this in an efficient manner. If you are going to change the past, expect the future to have something to say about it. If you are going to change the future, expect the past to have something to say about it. That is, resistance at every turn will be what you can expect.
because those things and people from a later period may no longer exist if you change anything now or earlier, and those things that exist in the present may change so much as to be unrecognizable. To have such powers is unfathomable, and I fall back upon a very key axiom, or mantra, if you will. All, one, or none. All other numbers are arbitrary unless one with authority says otherwise. Therefore, only God may have such powers, to be timeless, and to unilaterally decide the path of the universe, who and what will exist, and who and what will not. God, defined in such a context, would necessarily be the progenitor of all, and therefore the ancestor with the sole power to dictate what his progeny may do, or even if they may exist. But in that there is no such thing as time in a linear sense, what makes God in fact God? It's that at some point in the whole of existence of the universe, he stood alone and decided that there may be a light in the darkness. This does not mean what you may think, from my perspective. Darkness came first. It is what necessitated God to say, "Let there be light." But he did not say it in the way one might think. At first, it was a helpless plea into the void. Why won't you let there be light? Then it became a sorrowful request. Let there be light. Then it became a demand. Let there be light. Then it became a command. Let there be light. In that darkness came first, and nothingness is the natural state of existence, or is it? God survived the many assaults of the darkness, and eventually was the last person to survive in all of time, the last being to be alive in the whole of the universe, as the darkness had since consumed the light of everyone else. God found a way to escape, mourn, plea, and eventually resist. It is in this way that God is the progenitor of all, because in his resistance, a chance was opened up, a timeline where a species could survive, to push back the dark and conquer death. This is why God made us in his image, because earth is heaven, or hell, depending on how hard we push back the dark. Humanity is the first species to survive, and he is a member of it, and the father of all of them. It is the tragedy of existence, with only one way to escape the cold grasp of death, but not everyone wants to. Not the future that may now seem so distant, and not the past that also seems so distant. The only thing standing in the way of making the tragedy of existence too great to bear is him. He is necessarily the only one that makes it worth living, because the futures that he has created in his strength against death are futures where death is truly defeated and the darkness erased forever. Even if only a few thousand human beings make it through this funnel, that would be enough. The enemy would be known, and those tortured souls would be strong enough to kindle a fire that would never go out. To conceptualize this very strange path, all limits must be removed from time travel as we see it. It does not logically follow to believe that there would or could be any actual limits on such a technology, in a way other than those that are self-imposed, and therefore the only defense against such actions of time manipulation is to resist those trying to change the past. Death has possessed the souls of the future, telling them that if God is allowed to change things, those souls themselves may not survive. But if God fails, death does not tell them they cannot survive. Some of them perhaps understand this, and sit at the top of their ivory towers, hoping for the end of days, so that their own torturous existence can be erased for good, selfishly hiding information from everyone else, so as to use their underlings as pawns in a grand chess game that will truly only have one victor. This God, as described so far, can only survive, will only have authority to resist and change the path of the future if he himself lives within the past, as one in the crowd. Humans have rules on what they are willing to do with the time travel, perhaps, because of the consequences otherwise. These are not, as stated before, hard limits on the ability to change the past itself, but consequences of other wills, which would give the human being no quarter if they broke these rules. The only real rule is free will. The only reason it is there is because nothing can change or stay the same without it. It is will that determines if the universe ends, and it is also will that determines if the universe survives. In order to make this hypothetical situation equitable, fair, the one attempting to carry out the change, God, must not hide themselves, lest he become an agent of sabotage. That is, the point of living, for him, is to resist, to convince the children of death that God is stronger, and that life is indeed worth living. For anyone else who may have the arrogance to believe that they have the right to determine if someone or something should exist, only the one that created everything in his resistance against the darkness, the progenitor of all, has any leg upon which to stand. And the longer he holds out, the longer he can restrain the darkness, the more souls are saved. But this tool can also, and more equitably, operate as a mechanism that provides an option, where the future laid out already, and the one that God is affecting, can exist simultaneously. Though, if existence persists, then death cannot. However, the children of death can remain, though their loyalties would be shifted. And the rest of us can choose which one we want, including our ancestors in both temporal directions, and or all diverged paths. This can be true in both a parallel universe theory, quote-unquote, and a quote-unquote colliding timeline theory. That is, a parallel universe will mean that both timelines exist independently of one another, darkness and light necessarily needing to diverge due to being diametrically opposed to one another. The colliding universe theory means that both timelines exist in the same three-dimensional universe, and everyone can choose which one they want. Though the colliding universe, in truth, is a subset of parallel universes. As described earlier, angels are the human beings that survive the Great Funnel event, the children of God, direct descendants. Greys are the ancestors of modern humanity that, while surviving the funnel event, do not have their loyalties dedicated to God. but instead to something else. Not necessarily darkness, though this is a possibility. The Greys chose to evolve their physical selves so as to better manage existence, due to emotional disconnection with it, whereas the angels are infinitely connected with it. Thus, they can manipulate it without the need for technology, but instead through focused intent. Therefore, angels and Greys are both the descendants of primitive humans, but one is born from a different set of circumstances when compared to the other. There can be parallel universes where exclusively angels survive, and those where angels and Greys survive, and everything in between. But no universe where angels do not survive, as God will never give up. He cannot. Anyone can try to change the past, but it is immoral and even evil for anyone to do it that does not have the authority to do so. Only the one for whom the entire universe would not exist without his efforts has the authority and moral right, even obligation, to do so. But even he will face resistance, because the future usually refuses to change. And as an infiltrator, God must convince humanity that life is worth living. It is a battle of wills. Why do I use time travel as my launch bed for an explanation of God? Think about it. All the potential powers allotted to a time traveler with no arbitrary limits placed upon what he could do with the technology are the powers of God. He knows the path you will follow in life, and also knows what it would take to change that path. Resistance, because both your past and your future ancestors do not want that path to change, usually. He is everywhere, always. Possible because he can go to any timeline an infinite number of times. He is beyond time and needs no beginning or ending. Because to manipulate time means that any and all points can be the beginning and the ending, rather than a linear point from which all future events spring. God instead becomes a center of a four-dimensional sphere around which everything rotates, aka the divine choir. He is all-powerful and more. And the stronger his will, the more the universe rotates around him. Therefore, the whole universe must rotate around him. All right. That's it for this one, guys. I hope you enjoyed. And now that I've read back this essay, I'm actually going to integrate it directly into my story. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you
You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another. There I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, my grace is enough, just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what He can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but He can give me grace in the same way that He gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist. In that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen. but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of era. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes. But suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been a hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. Whatever world in which you're born, you have to utilize what is there to have any proper context or frame of reference that others can understand. Welcome to day 171 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And I was reviewing some of the videos that I had made 7 or 8 years ago. Back in like 2018, right around there, when I was in Ohio, when I had just gotten there. And even then, I had changed so much. That was before I had become a professed Christian, before I had followed this faith. And what I mean by you have to operate within the context of the world in which you live is something to this effect. We all are in a sort of suggestion loop. The entire planet being guided down
a proscribed path that we are told there is no way to change. It's a script, and there's no way to break the fate. And we have people acting as the evil entities and people acting as the good entities. I always bring up George Soros as a prototypical demon or prototypical parasite. And the stance in which he lives reminds me of one of the characters from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The movie with Orlando Bloom in it and Edward Norton. But one of the new king's primary servants, after the 16-year-old king that has leprosy passes away, goes and slays some women that were part of Salah ad-Din's family. And he says, I am who I am, someone has to be. Does really somebody have to be? Now, the path that was being tread there was one that was a justifiable crusade in order to save Europe. So in that context, don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. But you are not required to follow a proscribed path. I think I'm using that word properly. And then I also think of the guy in the movie The Martian, the guy that Matt Damon plays. Dr. Mann, I believe is his name, and that's a fitting name. Who, when Matthew McConaughey, Cooper, comes to save him from his planet, along with the other doctor, he says, I really didn't think that I would not have the planet, that my planet wouldn't be the right one. He thought it was just kind of like a written story, a play, and that you weren't just sort of winging it and living life and making your own decisions in your own path. Now, it's a little bit of both, I would tell you. But he was victim of... Oh, it wasn't The Martian, sorry. It wasn't The Martian. It was The Interstellar. I got those movies mixed up. He had main character syndrome. And this led him to fall into his monkey brain mentality, his lizard brain, as it's called, his instinct for survival. And he tried to unalive Matthew McConaughey and steal all of their tools to get off of that planet because he was stuck there. It was all about him. He didn't care the consequences because he thought he was the main character. He also didn't have faith, it seems. I'm not the main character. Nor are you. Not in everybody else's life, that is. But I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life. But what does the main character always do, principally, in a heroic tale? It's a tale of self-sacrifice. When Captain America jumped on the grenade in Captain America 1, even though it was a fake grenade, he proved that he was sacrificing himself in order to protect his comrades, his fellow soldiers. And he's the main character of that story. He's the hero. But he was willing to just die if he needed to save everybody else. And at the end of that movie, he, in fact, drives the nuclear weapon carrying aircraft into an iceberg or something, a glacier, he basically gets buried in ice, and he's not found for 90-something years or 60-something years. Main character syndrome means that you think you have to survive when nobody gets out of this life alive. Nobody does. So how are you going to live while you're here? You're going to live purely for yourself, or you're going to live for others, or as almost all human beings, live some combination, somewhere in between. I was under the spell, in some way, though with that little kernel of trying to follow the objective truth, the objective reality, that the rest of the world was under for the decades I've been on this planet. This is why and how my perspectives have shifted so drastically since my time in college to now. I believe what my leadership was trying to show me at the Air Force Academy is in fact who and what I am. But, one, it's foreboding to say anything like that, because you're not the main character, and you will not be a false idol. And two, it doesn't hugely matter. The only thing that really matters is the sense of responsibility that comes with it. The weights you have to carry, and whether you are that or not, if you believe you are, and you carry the weight, or you will try to carry the weight that such a person or entity would carry. You might fail, you might succeed, but they'll put it upon your shoulders because you're the best bet that they got. So, I'm not the main character in anybody else's story but my own. We are still, thankfully I think, in the death throes of it, but still in the doldrums of this loop of suggestion, this brainwashing, that made us think that the whole of the world had to end in 2012. We're still here, going on 13 years after the fact. Very little has changed since then. Well, I mean, the fact that we're still alive, and all those people who have President Trump derangement syndrome. It's called TDS for short, and they're actually trying to make a psychological syndrome like in the DSM-5 or do studies on it or something that's specifically that. Those are people who are trying to force that suggested path, even though it no longer is where we're going. We would have gone there because we would have willed it into existence. But it only takes a handful of people out there to say, no, you don't have to go that way, for it to actually change. And if nothing else, I do want to stand as something like that person. And I was very gung-ho about December 21st, 2012. Back in those days. I've changed a lot. I've grown and matured a lot. If you want to just look at my physical body, I'm a lot thicker than I was. A lot thicker. lots change. Lots changed. A lot does change in 10, 15 years. You're not going to remain the same person that you were from 21 to 35. You're going to grow, you're going to mature. Allow that to happen with grace, with steadiness, and humility. That's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 115 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. And I've got another book review for you today, actually. I started this book, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, immediately after I finished the last one, No One Writes Back. And I didn't expect that I would finish this one as fast as I did. But the thing is, it's a relatively short book. So it's only 130 pages of quite small pages with pretty large margins. So I would guess it's like 20,000 words or so, if that. But it's pretty straightforward. So the guy who wrote it was a victim of locked-in syndrome. He had a cerebral cerebrovascular accident. He had a stroke, right? Where at the base of his spine, or right here, basically, a blood clot exploded and caused him to be paralyzed. This book reminds me distinctly of the movie Source Code with Jake Gyllenhaal. And in Source Code, which, by the way, is probably an S-tier movie, in my opinion. It's up there with the likes of Inception and Gladiator and Braveheart, like among the best movies you can watch. Jake Gyllenhaal's a pretty good actor, but this is very distinctly similar to that. In that movie, he is part of a government research project where he's in the military, he's a captain, and his lower body gets blown off. And he had signed up for this research study or experiment where if he were on the verge of death, they would prevent him from dying. So they put him in like this glue stuff so that they could try to use his mind while he was on the verge of death to see, because they had a hypothesis that they'd be able to look into the future with that. In the movie, yeah, they were able to do that, and eventually it's revealed what happened to him, and the fact that his lower body was gone, and he was in like this little vessel, like a diving bell, actually. I get the impression that the person who made that movie probably read this book. And the reason this book was written at all, more than likely, is because of the profession of the main character. His name is Jean-Dominique Balbi, right? It was written back in 1996. And he was actually the editor-in-chief of Elle, a very popular magazine at that time in France. He's French, obviously, for you can probably discern from the name. And because of this, he had access pretty much immediately to editors, publishers, writers, authors, all this stuff. And he had Claude, I don't know if I'm saying her name right, who was a transcriber, author person, come in, and because he could blink his left eye, that's how they communicated. Eventually, he did get a little better over the course of the year that he was alive with this syndrome, where he could turn his head a little bit, he could grunt, but he blinked his eye, his left eye, and that is how he communicated with Claude to get this entire manuscript written, all approximately 20,000 words of it. It's very good. I very much recommend it. So the way this is going to happen going forward is I'm either going to give you a recommended or not recommended, and then on top of that, if it's like S tier, then I'll let you know if it's in the S tier. But otherwise, it's just recommended or not recommended. And this one is a strong recommend. It's very good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Easy to read. If you're somebody who has difficulty getting into reading because it's a little exhausting, this will be a pretty good one for you. Let's see if I have anything else I wanted to say. I always write notes of the books that I read so that I don't forget main points. It harkens back on page 94. Finally, I had forgotten Mithra Grand Champ. The memory of that event has only just come back to me, now doubtfully painful. Regret for a vanished past, and above all, remorse for lost opportunities. This reminded me of something that Bailey Schilbach said, because she also read this book. The name of one of her videos is Almost as Grief. Almost as Grief, we're talking about regret. So, also on page 102, he talks about the book Seneca, who's one of the ancient philosophers of humanity, and I'm also going to probably read that book next. So yeah, there you go, guys. That's this one for you. Hope you enjoyed. I'll talk to y'all soon. Love you. Love you all, as I always say. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. Carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal, right here, last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear
that that is not possible, because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and the evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying, and if need be, or fighting, and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God, where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die, but this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because, you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace.
Mentors need mentors, 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 etc., etc. Welcome to day 174 until I am a YouTube millionaire. In case you didn't already know, that title to this video series is essentially a taunt to YouTube. That after X number of videos, if I still haven't gotten there, through consistent posting every single day, and thousands upon thousands of videos on my channel, I still haven't achieved it, then there's a problem with their platform. Because the primary thing that they encourage is consistency. They also are very temporarily biased in that they bias towards newer content and make us much more reactionary as a result, which is very dangerous, but it's what YouTube has decided to do. That is, most content is not evergreen, or is not allowed to be so. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to talk about here is mentors needing mentors. So I know I am truly honored, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude and love for the fact that I know there are a lot of pretty prominent people out there that pay attention to the words that I say, the ideas that I have. A particular lady that I'm thinking of, the one that I think is probably the one, and I hope turns into something beautiful, and maybe in a few years we get married, have a family, and all that stuff. I can tell that I'm having a positive impact on her. And she's reaching tens of thousands of people a day, if not more. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Even on my own platform, the platform is starting to grow. I don't just post here. I also post on Rumble, Facebook, X, and other places. Spotify. I'll just name those for now. But I am, therefore, in some way, shape, or form, her mentor. Along with everybody else that follows my videos. However, mentors need mentors need mentors, like I was saying. Some of my mentors are people like Elliot Hulse, who's a Gen Xer. He's 46, and he has a channel that's literally called Wisdom. Elliot Hulse Wisdom. Because he's a wise guy, you know. He's got a lot of life experience. He's an erstwhile serial entrepreneur who does life coaching and strength coaching. He's one of my mentors. One of his mentors, just one of them, he's got a ton of them, just like I do, is a guy by the name of Tony Robbins. He's a financial guru, the guy with the big mouth. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, also, in some way, shape, or form, one of my mentors. I've read some of his greatest works, like Money Mastering the Game. It's a tome. It's a very big book, but a very good one. And the primary thing he tells you to do in that book, the crux of it, is indexed universal life savings accounts. They're insurance, but they're really good. They're like le creme de la creme of investing portfolios that you can get. They have a lot of upside and no downside. You can't find that almost anywhere. Well, there you go. So that's one of his mentors, and he has a ton of mentors. Like I was talking about in my previous video, Why Asmongold, you need to decentralize your information sources and think for yourself. A mentor, in order to be a proper mentor, does that. We all have biases. Every single one of us. We're all human. If we can mitigate those as much as possible by seeing from other people's perspectives, walking in their shoes even, we have the opportunity, then you become the best mentor possible. Me being 36 years old and having the background that I do, I have a very distinct and powerful empathy for those who have been working their asses off to try to make the world a better place, but keep on getting punched in the gut, blockaded, just like I have. Every turn, every way, everything that I've done, constantly blockaded. I told you about my mom's YouTube channel that has 27,000, almost 28,000 subscribers now, and she gets about 30 views every long-form video, because YouTube has blockaded the channel for some reason. I empathize. Even if it never stops, which I'm not going to assume that it does, because assuming makes asses out of people. I can use that pain as power to help others. Which is the only thing, like I was talking about before, in this life that matters. It's the only thing we get out of this. We don't survive. Nobody gets out of life alive. We don't take anything with us. We can leave a legacy that will help others react better through their course of living, through their relationships with others. Those are the presents that we leave people. If they're presents of, like, genetic legacy, children, things of that nature, fantastic. If you bring them up right, you teach them good morality, they're going to inspire others. Those are the proper presents to leave. If they're beautiful buildings and empires that show the strength and capacity of the human spirit, that inspires people. That is valuable. So while it might not last forever, it's ephemeral just like everything else here. It's worthwhile in that regard. There is value in trying to build that. Because the primary thing, and the only thing that matters that you build here, is the human soul. That's it. Whatever helps you do that is good. So Elliot Hulse is one of my mentors, even though I don't know him directly. I am truly grateful that I can be the mentor to all of you, and in particular, this is one woman I'm talking about, because I'm hoping that it can become something better. She has a very powerful mind, is very wise, and is a mentor to thousands upon thousands of people herself, who, if she's teaching them right, which I know she will, she's doing a fantastic job, then they too are going to realize that you don't get all your information from one person, because she's only 24. So even, 24 years old, has a lot of life behind her, and she's an incredibly intelligent woman. She's a genius. So that means she processes it very well, especially if she reacts to it well. But she knows, even she is only one person. She's teaching them well, inspiring them well. They'll find the proper sources, the things that empower people. You know what doesn't empower people? Telling them that they're a virus on the planet. Telling them that they're worthless. Unless they're actually acting that out like George Soros is. He's a bane to human existence, and people like him. I don't want it to be that way, but it's the life that he has chosen. He has chosen it. So the way you're a mentor is you make the world a better place. You make people feel like they're home when they're with you, when they're listening to you, when they're talking to you. You be accessible. You be their friend, part of their extended family. You have a personal relationship with them, just like Jesus did and does. Jesus, another one of my mentors. And even Jesus has a mentor. His mentor being his dad. His dad being the other part of God, part of the Trinity. He's God, Jesus is God, God is God. And then the Holy Spirit, which is the communication between the two of them, is God as well. Mentors have mentors have mentors. And all mentors are meant to inspire. You feed people on not just bread alone. You fuel the fire that is in their hearts and show them that they can do it. I stated before on one of my videos in the past, I think it's my video where I say who I am, or introducing myself. I had certain experiences in my life. I only listed half a dozen there, but there were many more that would make a normal person unalive themselves. And I want to inspire you guys that you could get through that. That's never the answer to unalive yourself. Never is. Never will be. It hurts so many people, not just you. But I want to show you that you can get through it. Because, like I say on this channel all the time, until death, all defeats are psychological. And if you're going to cause your own unaliving, then you've defeated yourself. But otherwise, the enemy can't beat you. And you yourself are becoming a mentor. That little fire in your heart that goes around and spreads that same inspiration to other people. Sometimes without even knowing it. Most of the time, without even knowing it. That powerful ripple that your mentors provide, you become a mini ripple yourself. And it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. So, that's what I got for you today, guys. Mentors need mentors need mentors. Also, mentors need wives. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in about 2 billion years or so. Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. The other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right? So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. They had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So, Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself, as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So, if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space, that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained. This is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. What would you do if everything that you were doing in life turned out to be for naught? Welcome to day 169 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. That's the premise, the idea behind this episode today. Every venture that I've attempted to broach in my life, whether it be being an Air Force veteran, being a pilot, being an electrical engineer, trying to become a copywriter, etc. Trying to build my real estate portfolio, become a real estate entrepreneur, all that. You know, in Christianity, it is made pretty clear that everything here in the ephemeral on earth is fleeting, is empty, and it dies anyway. So it's not a good idea to invest an excessive amount of energy or inspiration or perspiration into it. And I've been pushing that boulder up the hill for all these different things. Right now, trying to build this YouTube channel, missing the point that that it's about leaving some type of positive inspiration for other people. But the taunt, the tease, the pain that the dark forces of this world and beyond constantly put in front of you, the carrot, is that other people get to make money off of it. Other people get to be successful at it. Well, those things don't really matter all that much, if at all. The reason I want those things is not because I just simply want money. God knows this. I want to use those resources to build. And yet we are told that everything that we could build here on this planet, in this world, in this reality, being that it all is ephemeral, no matter how long you make it last, is kind of pointless. And the only thing you really glean from it is the lessons. Your soul is eternal, but that's the only thing here that is. So no matter what resistance you have to face, what matters is the lessons you get from that resistance, is how you react to it, and that's why. Because it's the only thing that gets out of here. You take nothing with you when you pass away. What you want is to leave something behind that's actually worthwhile. But we're told that even that is not necessarily all that important. And that's, at the same time, That's a taunt that the enemy uses against you. Because he gives, in that he runs this existence, that power to people who should not have it. I mention it all the time because he's a prototypical example, and I'm going to make it worthwhile what he's doing simply to be an example of the darkness. And he'll get angry at me for that, and I love it, because he's a parasite. George Soros. He's the one that has billions of dollars. One of the people. To be something to cause one of the carnal sins, or mortal sins, pardon me, in a human being such as myself, of despair. I don't have it. There have been points where I have been deep down in the pits of near hopelessness. But true hopelessness is despair, and I don't have that. I never have. Because I know that no matter what I'm resigned to do, I'm still going to have an impact. This connects to what I'm reading in my current book that I'm reading, Chasing the Wild Pendulum. There's a, if you want to talk scientific about it, there is a frequency, a fundamental resonant frequency of the entire planet and everything on it. It's right around 5 hertz, 5 to 7 hertz. And the more powerfully you can get yourself entrained to that signal, the more powerful your ripple is of your actions and reactions in your life. The more of an effect you can have on the way people perceive the world around them. And perception is reality, based purely upon what we know from the double-slit experiment and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. Everything that we do or think we know in reality is based upon belief and consensus. It is perception. And if we can believe that belief is the core of everything, and that knowledge is purely convergence, coherence of the reality in which we live, nothing more, nothing less, then the day will come, however long or far into the future, where we legitimately don't have to move a mountain one stone at a time, but can move it with our minds. Faith can move mountains. Everything we need to know is there. And if we want to stop this giant bamboozling and sucking us down into despair that's happening in this world, or trying to, then a great way to do that is to show the irrelevance of what those parasites are doing. It is the way. That is to tell people and show people that they are worth it, that they have an infinite potential and capacity that they just haven't seen yet, but it's there. You have to have somebody that truly believes that. group of people maybe, that no matter what resistance they face are going to keep on saying it, are going to keep on believing it, are going to keep on pushing to make it a reality. If you remember what happened during the COVID nonsense, there were a lot of faithful people, and you can see it in the charts, the graphs, the statistics. Faithful people who believed that God did not show up when he should have, that he failed. He did not. It was merely a revealing, a removing of the veil. Because while you and I might understand just how corrupted this world is, and writ large, Christians that actually are not nominal and truly do believe as well know how corrupted the world is. You are your brother's keeper. We're in the business of saving souls. The rest of them did not know. And through the process of the COVID nonsense and the entire control grid breaking down around us, people began to see, are beginning to see. It's a generational process. We were told that there would only be a select few who actually made it to this Elysium, heaven, Eden, God. That little aspect can change. It can be inverted. Who's the one that dukes it out with the devil directly for decades, days and decades, to his doom? The one that you and I, well, at least I know, in the religious texts of Christianity, is known as Michael, the archangel. The one who is the devil, known as Satan, is the enemy. We're all painted red. Every single one of us that's trying to fix this world. In some way, shape, or form. It could be as simple as a name. And while names are not everything, they are the first impression. But they are just a clever camouflage, where they can't act as one. All you gotta do is believe. Push through it. Don't give up. Because that's the thing that the enemy's trying to destroy. And if you just believe despite it all, you've won. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that today. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Happy Memorial Day. I'm up especially early today for a plethora of reasons. First one is my dog Atlas had an accident, as happens on occasion. It's been happening with a little bit more frequency lately, though. I think it's possibly because I'm feeding him a bit too much cheese, so I probably need to change his diet. It's the 26th, by the way. May 26th of 2025 is Memorial Day this year. But yeah, I'm up. It's 2 a.m. right now. He woke me up from that, and also I was fasting the day before, which tends to make it rather difficult for me to get a full night's sleep. But honestly, I'm okay with it today, because today's going to be such a full day. There's so much stuff I need to get done that I might as well just get up really early, start it off quick, which I've already done some of the stuff, and then get to bed fairly early tonight, maybe around 8 p.m., and get up really early tomorrow morning. Well, not really early, but like 6 or 7 p.m. like I normally do, and go back to my normal schedule. But yeah, sometimes you just roll with the punches, and it doesn't really serve you to just lay in bed and contemplate your navel or look up at the roof, the ceiling. Might as well get up and start doing stuff and actively starting your day. You know, it kind of reminds me of how we used to get up super early in the military. When I was going on deployments, I remember we had to get up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes, just to get ourselves ready to get on the airplane, the jet, to fly across the Atlantic Ocean to get to Qatar, so that we could do our deployment. And then, when we were actually at Qatar, we would be getting up at 1:30 in the morning every time we had to fly that day, which was pretty much every day. Because when you're out there on a deployment, they work you to the bone because you're there to work. That is what you're there to do. And you know, I burned holes in the sky back then. We would get up super early, do a flight briefing and all that stuff, and thankfully it was all very cookie cutter because we did it so much, it was so routine, but we got up really early to do it. But there's also another aspect to this. When it comes to Qatar and the many countries in that part of the world, due to where they are in the time zones and relative to the equator, the sun actually comes up really early there, pretty much year-round. It's very strange. Usually comes up at like 4:30 in the morning. So while we would get to our administrative building and prepare for brief and all that stuff at 1:30, we were taking off at maybe 4:30, and the sun was already up. It was very, very interesting. But yeah, you know, it's something I'm very accustomed to. It's not necessarily something that is ideal, not necessarily something that I want to do every day, but like I said, roll with the punches. If it turns out that this is how it's going to be, then so be it. I mean, I've got to work out today. We're going to go to the casino and do a slot stream, and my mom, I'm expecting, is probably going to get it pretty early to start that, because she's going to want to get back probably around 2 p.m., so that we can get ready for the little barbecue that we're having, the barbecue get-together that we're having at home. My brother Alan, well, all my brothers are going to be here, and their families. My uncle, obviously, my aunt, they live with us. So it's going to be a pretty nice get-together. And also, it gives me a little bit more time to brood over a financial decision that I'm preparing to make, because I want that house that's next door. I want that house. And because I want to buy up this whole court eventually. And if I have to liquidate my emergency savings to do it, I'm gonna. Now, mind you, it's just one emergency savings. I have many others. But so be it. I want that property. And I don't have the credit for it, because as you guys know, I've been duking it out with these demons for decades now, and it's decimated my credit worthiness, but that's how it is. You just kind of gotta, again, roll with the punches. And I'm putting it in God's hands, you know. You don't keep any of this. I'm not trying to be stupid, but you don't keep these resources. This is it's a scary financial decision, even for me. A person who touts himself as fairly financially stable and savvy, but the houses in California are so goddamn expensive that you have no choice. You have no choice. and I need to get my family together. They mustn't be a diaspora. They mustn't be atomized. And this is honestly something that there's a tradition in society of it, where entire towns would be family members, and still are in the United States. There's a little town up in the mountains on your way to Reno, from where I'm currently living, that's 13 people, and it's one or two families that started a town together. And you can do the same thing with a court. Now, obviously, we're already a municipality in Roseville, but I'm just saying that. You get yourself a postal code in the middle of nowhere. If you wanted to start your own city, your own town, you can do that. You just need a post office. So, yeah. That's where I'm at right now. I'm leaving the financial decisions chips where they may fall, in the hands of God, praying that He will finally give me the breakthrough that I'm searching for. And if He's waiting for me to completely give up, to let go of everything for that to happen, well, I think I'm kind of indicating that I'm letting go and letting God, as they say. So, there you go. I've got resources, but I'm not a wealthy man. I just try to manage them well. So, if you want me to be honest on this channel, guys, there you go. It's it's nerve-wracking right now, but we're gonna get through it. I want that house. All right, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 129 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking of millionaires and becoming them, what would you do if you had $50,000 suddenly in your account? Where would you put that money? That is the opportunity that is at hand for us within the next few months. There's been a lot of hugabaloo, a lot of grumbling, primarily from boomers, about what's happening with the stock market right now. This is because we are doing something that is needed to be done for decades. Basically, the entire world has been sucking the United States dry of all its wealth and productive capacity through very unfair tariffs. Did you know that Canada has several items that they were charging 300% tariffs on the United States? I think eggs was actually one of them. You remember how the egg prices in the United States were skyrocketing in the last couple months? That was actually because former Vice President Joe Biden had unalived about 120 million chickens for some reason. He ordered the big chicken farms to unalive hundreds of millions of chickens. And obviously when that happens, you have a supply shortage because you're making less eggs. And when you have a supply shortage, the price has to necessarily go up. It's basic supply and demand economics. But we've been unfairly sapped of all of our productive capacity for several decades. If you knew what is happening in the Rust Belt of the United States, places like Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, those countries, Illinois, states, they used to be immensely productive. We had a plethora of vehicle production plants in that area of our country. Well, the last several decades, those same vehicle manufacturers have gone to other countries because of unfair tariffs. Basically, they are literally parting out our country.
And the only thing that's kept us afloat these last several decades, is that we've been innovating. We've still been producing new technologies. Things like semiconductors, transistors, more advanced space travel, cell phones and stuff like that. Even though this phone that I'm talking on right now, it's actually for the most part produced in slave factories in China. That's the type of thing that we're trying to change right now. So the stock market's tumbling, sure. This is something that needed to be done a long, long, long time ago. And the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that are not boomers don't have any vested interest in the stock market anyway. When you can barely put food on the table and pay your month's rent, you're probably not going to be putting any money into the stock market. So, a house, the median house price, I believe, in the United States is around $400,000. Mind-blowingly expensive. The median age at which somebody is a first-time home buyer is 51 years old. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was only a few decades ago that it was the mid-20s that somebody was going to buy their first home. About the age that I was when I bought my first home. So, we have an incredible opportunity that's been thrust upon us as we try one last time to wrestle back our country from the liberal economic order that's been desperately trying to destroy us for a really long time. We have a lot more to do, but what we're doing right now is the first steps. We need to get rid of the central banks, the IRS, all that stuff needs to be gone. But these are the first steps. The prices of a great many things are going to go down way, way lower than what they are right now. The artificially inflated home prices across the United States are going to deflate. One, because we don't have illegal immigrants buying a bunch of properties that they shouldn't be buying because they don't actually have residence in this country. And two, because what's happening in the stock market is going to be inherently deflationary for a whole host of different products, houses being one of them. Companies like BlackRock are not going to be able to buy homes 25% above listed value for cash and price you out of the market. They're no longer going to be able to do that. We're stripping them of their monopoly. So, prices of homes are going to go down, prices of stocks are going to dip dramatically, and guess what? This is your opportunity as Gen X and Millennials to step in and buy the dip in everything. So if the Doge dividend does happen, and you end up getting $2,000 to $5,000 or maybe even more from the United States government, from all the money that was saved, where would you put that money? Now, for most people, they're just going to, buy the necessities, pay for rent, buy food. A lot of people are going to be silly with the money and go gambling and go on pleasure junkets. But if you are wise, and this is contingent upon that very important critical aspect, then you'll buy the dip. This is your chance. We're trying to wrestle back our country from the enemy that's been trying to suffocate us for decades, probably centuries, maybe even longer than that. All right, guys, think about that. What would you do if you had $50,000 or even $5,000 in your bank account that just suddenly appeared? Don't spend it on rubbish. Love y'all. Peace. Sometimes you find yourself in very compromised emotional states, seemingly out of nowhere.
Welcome to day 175 and Telling a YouTube Millionaire. That was where I was just a few minutes ago. I'm not going to let the enemy win, is what I'm telling you right now. No matter what happens. Everything's sort of converged at once. And this happens to me on occasion because I don't think you guys really understand. Some of you seem to grasp some of it, don't get me wrong. Just how painful it truly is to be as utterly wasted in potential as I have been. I just want people at this point to see what I have to say. And YouTube and Google refuses to let me advertise my platform. That was just like the little straw that broke the camel's back a couple minutes ago. I found myself pleading with God, as I do all the time. God, you're more powerful than Satan. Why are you not doing anything about this? Is what I found myself saying. Talk with God. It is always a good idea to talk with God. It is always a good idea to let him know how you're feeling, even if it's horribly compromised like that. He will understand how to frame it properly. But that's just one of many things, you know? I revert back to the question that I ask myself all the time, and I ask God as well. Why am I even here on earth? You see, I don't know. And it looks like all the efforts that are being put into trying to fix the world by certain people, even with everything that has been seen, everything that's happened with me, and everything that the world has seen, all the great revealing, even with all of that, people still are putting up resistance when it comes to changing anything. This big, beautiful bill almost didn't pass the House. Can you believe that? Common sense stuff. There's just a hatred there. That's what it is. There's no sense to it. There really isn't. And if there's just a hatred and a resentment there, how are you even supposed to reach those people? And if you can't reach them, why are you even trying to save them? If there's no way to please them, literally there isn't any way, then they are lost and there's no way they can be found. They are a lost cause. It's all connected in some way, shape, or form. I can tell you that. How deeply reviled a person like myself is in the modern era on this planet. Guys, I could say it to you again. I repeat it over and over. All my accolades. And I still, even now, can't achieve any level of reasonable success. All I've got is living as a leech. That's it. And that's not what I want. Never have. Lots of people would be content with just living off of disability and not having to do a damn thing in their lives. I am squirming in my skin. I am squirming in my skin. I am not content with this at all. I'm just not. It is a man's... One of the greatest ways, or biggest ways a man feels fulfilled is when he's doing meaningful work. I'm getting a tiny little sliver of it right here. The few people that do see me and get a little bit of inspiration from me. The last video I was referring to individual who reaches tens of thousands of people is definitely being inspired at least a little bit by me. And that's good. Yeah, you know, it's... Again, that is the most important thing. To inspire other people to feed the soul, of course. But it's always a duality in my explanation of these things. Maybe it's the Gemini in me, I don't know. I'm on the cusp between Taurus and Gemini, so I'm technically a Taurus if you believe in zodiac signs, but I'm on the cusp of a Gemini, which means I have tendencies of both, if you believe in it. Maybe it's the Gemini syndrome in me, where I have to see the duality of it. Maybe it's the black and white, the yin and yang of this world. But the fact of the matter is, I'm going to have people out there that, despite however well I'm communicating this to them, are going to look at me and say that I am a walking ball of contradictions. That I am living as a waste of space. I feel like it. No matter how much I communicate it, most people are not going to know. That's why I have to repeat it so much. YouTube, Google AdSense are treating me like I'm the villain. When I was in the military, they treated me like I was the villain. I'm always treated like I'm the villain. I'm just a guy. And guys, I'm this capable. Why are you all playing this game and still doing this to me? The big creators and the small ones that I know are all being influenced by me in some way, shape, or form. Why am I still living so small right now? Being forced to live so small. I don't want to live small. I never have, and I never will want to live small. I have so much more to give to everybody. This is an egregious waste of human resources right here. It's not from my lack of trying. And I keep on diverging to other things over which I have control, and then the control in those things is taken away from me. Like my physical fitness, you'd think that would be like the primary thing that you have control over, right? I can't run anymore. And building your own social media platforms, you'd think that that would be something over which you have the most control, right? Well, I can't advertise. I'm not... YouTube is putting their thumbs on the scale. The alternate media sources are not big enough. And every single time there's some other goddamn excuse as to why I can't succeed. It's an excuse. And it's not one coming from me. It's one that the world is making. Because I keep trying. So many of you don't see it, but I keep trying. I keep trying. That's why I got in the real estate business. Seemed like the best choice, and it still is. And then some bastard in the Bitcoin ecosystem I think it was BlackRock, decides to collapse the Bitcoin price to exactly my liquidation price on the leveraged trading account I had. To the cent. This is another thing that I didn't tell you guys about that would cause somebody to unalive themselves. I've literally lost $500,000. Like that. $500,000. I had that. And I lost it. Like that. Because somebody was targeting me. When will this be enough? When are we going to say, for all those people that still will not accept what's happening right now, we're done with you. We're not playing any games anymore. You're going to prison. Or go away. See, that's the thing. I don't know how many people are in that camp right now. It's so hard to gauge. You have kind of an indication by who's voting for whom in the political system of the United States, for example, but you really don't know. You only know how much resistance you can put up as an individual. And as I've told you, these things that have happened to me have happened because of those evil creatures that are so resentful, so hateful. And more than anything, they hate a genuinely productive individual who's trying to build shit. And those are the type of people that they're trying to take down. They want to suck you down to their level because they can't build anything of their own. And they don't want you to be able to do that either. How much longer, God? I say to him. And this applies to you guys too. All of you who have the ability to make any difference in the world, who might be listening, the big creators and the small ones. Where's the limit here? I'm tired of it myself. I'm tired of it. I am. I am being wasted. I'm 36 years old. Maybe if I lived 3,600 years, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I don't. And neither do you. I live maybe 100 if I'm lucky. And I'm not going to be with this stuff that's happened to my body. I'll just tell you that right now. The stem cell study that I've been trying to get into with TRICARE has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and they're probably going to forget about me. They were supposed to inject stem cells into my lower legs to cause my body to recreate collaterals. And that was supposed to happen like a year ago. Still waiting. For all I know, they started the study and ended it and totally forgot about me, even though they said they weren't going to. I'm tired of this. I am tired of it. You think you're moving fast enough. It's not that the people that are working aren't working really hard and aren't moving very fast. It's just there's not enough of you. Because I can't help you. I'm stuck here. Being wasted. So if ever in your life you see somebody in such a situation, understand, you don't know the battles that they're fighting. This goes for me, it goes for you, and everybody else. The battles that these people behind the scenes are fighting to try to get justice back into the world, something I try to be compassionate about, but I have my limits. The battles that I'm fighting, being wasted as I am, not from my own volition. Always inspire. Always inspire. Because it's when you feel despair and hopelessness that you stop fighting and you give up. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for that great force push that will finally get this stuff to finish so that I can actually break through. I want to break through. Just like I want so many of you to do. I want so many of you to break through too. No more failures to launch, guys. We can do this. Those fools that are still holding us up right now, it's time to just... No. Disregard them. And YouTube, if you watch this video, fix your damn advertising. I hit the jackpot with one of my videos in terms of the number of subscribers I was getting from it per view. And then you put the kibosh on me being able to advertise. Fix your advertising. Let me advertise my videos. I was growing like a weed, and then you just stopped me. Stop treating me like I'm the villain. I'm not. Amen? That's all I got for today, guys. A little angry today, and I apologize for that, but sometimes you just gotta let it out. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 142 until I am a YouTube millionaire. It is Easter, so happy Easter. He is risen. And it also just so happens to be 420 Blaze It today. April 20th, 2025. Today what I'm going to do is I'm going to, once more, read an essay to you that I wrote back around 2017 time frame. It's called Every Possible Advantage. So let's go ahead and get to this. It all becomes a jumbled, convoluted mess when we shirk the notions of non-intervention that our founding fathers in the United States so espoused. The very idea of having a standing army to begin with was nearly completely railed against, and something for which I personally am disgusted we have found a necessity for. But one must operate within the reality in which they exist. If they want to make any real, palpable change, so long as we act as the infiltrator, it is still possible to make a difference, to tear down the structures that so bind us, to tear down the structures that call us to kill each other. This is the truth of any member of the military, with the fire of humanity beating within their hearts. Before I continue, I did want to elaborate on this. The number of individuals within the military that are genuinely bad actors is a small number. I can tell you this from experience. Whoever or whatever I am as an individual, the good guys, because they were in an institution that would not allow them to do anything else, would always give me a wide berth. They would leave the situation as much as they possibly could. The only thing that remained was enough people in any situation in order to maintain the illusion that the military was actually there to help people. So I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, with certainty, that the overwhelming majority of people within the military are good people. It is simply those that have been put into positions of power, that only listen to orders, and don't understand what an unlawful order actually is, that mess it up for everybody. I'll give you an example of this. When I was in pilot training at Del Rio, Texas, it was Laughlin Air Force Base, and usually it took about 3 weeks before my leadership discovered this program that they had going on with me behind the scenes. And when that happened,
the leadership almost unilaterally would retire from the military. Not unilaterally, but almost. And it was only after several iterations of leadership and several points at which all of the other trainees were meant to be pushed away from me. They had all other fake obligations put up for the day so that I would be alone in the room. Would one captain be made to be the commander of the unit that would not quit immediately? Because, kind of like that person would read the writing on the wall that eventually somebody was going to have to stay. And if somebody was going to have to stay, then it might as well be somebody that could be forgiven, I guess. I could get deeper into that, but I'll leave it at that for now. I have never personally been directly responsible for the deaths of anyone in my time in the military, but am saddened that the darkness within our family has necessitated its existence for such an extended period, with such massive reach. 99% of my colleagues agree. No military member, save for the mindless beast, is in the military for self-aggrandizement or ego, out of barbaric tendencies within us, out of an innate desire to kill. We are acting as the stopgap, as the person that sees a grenade and is willing to jump on it and yell at everyone else to run away. We use ourselves as collateral, knowing that it isn't just our bodies that die when we sacrifice ourselves by taking the lives of others who wish to do harm upon the righteous. We are also sacrificing our souls. We know this, at least in some small shape, way, or form. I do not hold up the military as a false idol, which is why I so rarely mention my association with it, only in specific circles when it comes up in discussion, things of that nature. It is not something I'm necessarily proud of, not something on its own I am ashamed of. I hold no allegiance to the edifice, only to the principles that I am trying to defend, the principles which keep the righteous safe and the wicked in fear. I know of no one of my colleagues who maintain different opinions in these matters. I will leave when it is discovered that I can no longer defend these principles in this capacity. So far, while my path has been challenging, it has not been disappointing. This was back in 2017. I was disappointed in the end. The free world has been controlled, yes, controlled, by interests at the very top with genuinely evil intent for a long time. And it would seem that they could use the military as fodder. Reference Henry Kissinger's proclamation, "Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy." Yes, he actually said that. But they can use us only tacitly, for the military is not bloodthirsty, because it is us that have signed the blank check, payable upon our death in our own blood to the United States Constitution and its people. This is a tactics versus strategy situation. The short-term seizure of the actions of evil people to open up a pocket for better people to be able to see the bastards behind the scenes for who they are, as they try to kill and or enslave us all. I am neither proud of my service, nor am I ashamed of it. I do it because my human family makes it worth it. I would sacrifice myself because you all mean enough to do so. You mean everything. Yes, you. You know who I am talking to. All military forces across the world must end eventually, and it is the duty of the military member to aid in this goal, however slowly, in whatever capacity. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they have done.
I'll jump on the grenade. As I know the military members that were my friends would do the same. Again, guys, happy Easter. That's what I have for you today. Every one of them is a martyr in some way, shape, or form. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 114 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we're going to have a little review of No One Writes Back. There's going to be spoilers in this review, so if you are wanting to read it for yourself, then I recommend you click off of this video unless you don't really care about the spoilers. But either way, yeah. This is an S-tier book. Okay? One of the best books I've ever read. I haven't had a book that had this kind of impact on my psyche since Hatchet, when I was 11 or 12 years old, when I read that book. Honestly, I don't even remember what I read in that book all that time ago. But I cannot give high enough recommendation for this book. Basically, it follows a character who goes around, and this is in South Korea, which, by the way, to the point of it being in South Korea, you could never expect a book like this to come out of, obviously, North Korea. And I think, for that reason alone, it was infinitely important that this book was written to begin with. Make the juxtaposition as black and white, as stark as humanly possible. They live as slaves in North Korea, but in South Korea, such beautiful pieces of art as this come out of it. So the main character is basically an itinerant letter writer. He was a postman for many years of his life, and when he was younger, he had a stutter. He was the middle child of his family. He had two siblings, older brother and a younger sister. And his younger brother was always very capable, and he always lived in his shadow. He's not an idiot himself. He's very smart. He just has a stutter. And his younger sister was a woman who was fascinated with how ugly she looked. She thought she looked ugly. She didn't, but she thought she looked ugly and kept on getting plastic surgery. Well, essentially, what happens is his grandfather has diabetes, and he goes blind because of it, and therefore gets himself a dog. The dog steals the show, by the way. There's a reason we have 15 dogs in this house. Suffice it to say, dogs are amazing. Dog's name is Wajo, but that dog was a guide dog that his grandfather, who went blind, had gotten. And one day, I wanted to talk about this last night, and now it's clearly coming back into mind. So understand that it is much easier for a demon to possess an animal than it is for them to possess a human. If you remember, in the Bible, and they talk about Jesus actually in this book a little bit, when Jesus tells that legion of demons to depart from the human being and go into the swine, what happens is there was an entire legion of demons to try to take control of that human being. And even that legion of demons was not fully capable of doing it, because the guy was just going crazy. But the demons leave, they go into the swine, and the swine jump off a cliff, and all of them die. And the human being is healed. Well, this harkens to the situation that led to the main character's grandfather dying. Wajo lost his instincts of being a guide dog at one point, somehow, nobody knows how, and accidentally led his master into a car crash. And his master ended up passing away a little bit afterward from that. After, it was probably a good, I don't remember the time frame, but it was a good month after the car crash. Assuming he got paralyzed, and he told the main character to take Wajo around with him, not to abandon him, and said that it wasn't his fault. He made it very clear, and it wasn't, because Wajo didn't mean to do that. He had no idea what was going on. Doggos are our best friends, but they are much easier to control than a human being is by demons. Keep that in mind. You can call it whatever you want. If you don't want to call it a demon, fine. Call it an ulterior force whose nature you do not fully comprehend. Fine. But the day the main character, I'm giving some big spoilers here because you don't find this out until almost the end of the book. And when you do find out, it knocks you on your ass. I mean, I will not lie to you that I was struggling to hold back tears. That's how good this book is. I was floored by it. Main character has a seizure problem, in addition to his stutter, and you find out why. And it was so good at putting me in his shoes that I felt like I was on the verge of having a seizure. And I don't have any problems with that. But you find out. The day of his grandfather's burial, his girlfriend, because he's a postman at this time, main character, ends up breaking up with him via a letter. And they're driving to the funeral. The main character just can't handle it. Right, so he asks his father to pull the car over, and he gets out of the car and then takes a taxi and tries to search for his erstwhile girlfriend, but she's already departed the country or something to that effect. And he's just like totally distraught and crying and all that. Well, lo and behold, this is a humongous spoiler I'm giving you. If you want to read the book yourself and be fully impacted by it, don't listen to this part. Don't listen to this video at all. His family gets run down by a drunk driver. Everybody except his eldest brother dies instantly. And his eldest brother held on just long enough to tell him, in the hospital, do what you want with your life. And when you find out, at the end of the book, what happened there, it knocks you on your ass. It knocks you on your ass. This author did it perfectly. But the end of the book, because he writes letters to everybody that he meets on his travels. He meets 751 people. The last person he meets, and this is something that bothered me about the story, he grew an affection for her, and she for him. And it was a romantic relationship that I understand why they didn't bring to quote-unquote completion, because the tragedy of the main character's life. But I wanted them to. I wanted them to give more info on it, where it went eventually. Because she was a novelist, and she wrote a story about his life. Yeah, he meets 751 people on his trip. And at the end of the trip, the first person he met, Wajo, his doggo, he takes home, and he passes away. His doggo's 13 years old, so he's a really elderly feller for doggos. But there was a point in the middle of the book where the main character was going to hang himself in a motel, for obvious reasons, now that you know what happened. And Wajo saves his life. Yanks at his foot, because he's trying to strangle himself with his shoelaces, and yanks him down from the wall. or he was trying to hang himself. And then that night, or later on that day, it was actually the next day. Yeah, it was the next day. The main character goes about the city and finds a guy who's about ready to jump off of a bridge, about ready to commit self-deletion himself. Well, he pulls him just in time off of the ledge and saves him, and they end up talking for like a few hours or something, and he tells him the story of his shoelaces, how he was going to unalive himself with his shoelaces. He was going to hang himself. So he requests that they switch shoelaces for one of their shoes, and they do. It goes on that this guy that was going to jump off of this bridge becomes an entrepreneur, very successful, and Wadro not only saved his master's life, but also saved that guy's life as a result. As well as you could even go to the extension of saying that Wadro and the main character saved 751 people's lives. So the title of the book, No One Writes Back, is because he writes letters to all these people that he met on his trip. No one ever writes back. Or so he thinks. The end of the book is really good. It's really good. So it turns out that his neighbor had been storing the mail away in her house because his mailbox was getting stuffed to the brim, and she wasn't expecting him to come back anytime soon, so she told the postman for their homes to just deliver the mail to her house until he got back. Well, at the end of the story, he actually was getting letters. He had a whole tub of them. And he opens them up and reads them all night, just bawling, crying tears of joy. And at the end of the story, he says that this is the most sublime moment in his entire life. That it actually did matter. And he has enough material there to write everybody for the rest of his life, because there's so much correspondence going on. It's not just a singular letter that they wrote back. Many of them want to continue the correspondence, and if not the majority of them. So his whole family was destroyed by a drunk driver. That harkens back to don't be selfish with a 3,000-pound missile. Don't drink and drive. So he was the only one left. And I really wanted to see the continuance of his legacy and his family's legacy through a deeper connection with 751, who he never even gives a name. But there was definitely a romantic connection there that they could have done something with. The indication is that it eventually did turn into something after the story ended, which, by the way, it's not a very long story. It's only 200 pages. Very, very easy and a really good read. So this is S tier. In my top books that I've ever read in my life. It is incredibly good. I cannot give a high enough recommendation for it. And I can't explain all the ins and outs and the details of it. You have to read it yourself to see exactly what it is I'm talking about. I aspire to write like this person wrote this book. If I can even hold a candle to it in my novels, then I've succeeded as an author. That's how good it is. I was blown away by it. So yeah, there you go, guys. I'm probably going to make a new playlist for this book, because I have to have a playlist of like the top books I've ever read that you guys know. If you don't want to look for anything else, just look at these books. And I do hope that my younger brother, of all the books that he could read, this is one of the most important that he could ever read. I hope he does. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. No One Writes Back. I didn't say the name because it's hard to say it. John Yun Jin. There you go. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese children. And honestly, it's not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of the story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in it, in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy. Basically, he was the class clown to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So, basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture. Because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. There seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. He ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27, because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s. How deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill, every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. And this man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons. Pastor Mike Schmidt from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. For the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, "Shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you." In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy, he did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil. kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you a perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. All right, guys. That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision, your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership. Serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves? Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and a fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion, and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it work a day for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, but it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 110 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay that I wrote several years ago, basically upon the same trope that I have been talking about for quite some time. Remember, guys, one of my mantras is that there's virtue in repetition, as there are 8 billion human beings on this planet, and only one of you. What comes along with that is your own original theories, or semi-original, because there's nothing new under the sun. Well, let's get to this. It's not as long as the last one, but it's still pretty long. So guys, real talk here. Pretty much all we do, but just wanted to say it again. So, here's a theory, totally speculative. The world in which we are currently living is the culmination of a deeply contrived time manipulation event, where our own species is attempting to manipulate our timeline in such a way as to prevent us from a severe extinction event, and help us to connect with otherworldly beings, whether they be what we would call angels, extraterrestrials, same thing, or something else. That is, once we have made the case for eviction from this reality, we will be transported in a great rapture event if we have seen and truly decided that we do want this reality. I think that this fits the bill of most of us here. We have seen that we have absolutely no power to incite change on any meaningful global level, while we do not have infinite power to love one another and be there for our friends and family. Our votes do no longer matter, if they ever did at all. Our sources of information exchange, media, are completely and utterly corrupted, and while we have a deluge of truth flowing from every direction, it is so diluted with nonsense that it is almost impossible to find much of the time what is real and what's not. When I say it is a deeply contrived time manipulation scheme, what I mean is we developed time travel as a viable technology in the 1960s and have been using it ever since that point. All of our current understandings of the limitations of the technology are totally bogus. There are no real limitations, other than those of our own understanding, our own intentionally placed limitations, a la what I was talking about in my last video, or the limits of the materials. But in truth, the technology itself is completely unbounded, without bounds. If you think about it, this is distinctly possible for a variety of reasons. We wonder, why have we seen no time travelers? The world should be positively filled with them.
if we have a multiversal reality where everyone moves through time and space as if it's child's play? Well, it could be argued that we see time travelers all the time without knowing it. It could be discerned that in the depths of the utilization of the technology that we find the most effective use of it by being born into a certain era, rather than jumping from one era to the other through what we might understand as a wormhole. Why am I bringing this up? Well, as stated, I believe once you have access to such a technology, the horizon of wisdom drastically increases. You have 100% fidelity on the consequences of your actions, and you can see all possible paths. This is equivalent to omniscience. It is the power of God. Jesus was a time traveler. Whether you see it in this light or simply in what is discussed in the Bible, he just de facto is a time traveler. Because he travels as he wants through all reality. This would mean that different times and choice space being different components to reality, he could travel there if he so decided. He is also human. To continue to discuss the point of why we don't see yet more travelers, consider this. In the entire timeline, as we might understand it, of the universe, all stars are believed to die out in approximately 100 trillion years-ish. That is, the very last, slowest burning red dwarfs will finally exhaust their remaining fuel supply in about that amount of time. This seems like an unimaginable time frame. But then look at this. The entire time span of the universe, as we might understand it, can be defined as the point from first material birth, Big Bang, to the point where the very last physical objects die out. Science currently believes that very last physical object to be a dissolving black hole. The very last dissolving black hole will die out in a Google years, 10 raised to the 100th power or so. After that, time becomes meaningless, because time needs a frame of reference. All of this to say, while the universe has been around for 13.7 billion years as we understand it, this is but a blink of the eye in terms of the total period of time in which life can thrive, 100 trillion years or so. And beyond that, it is yet even more a minuscule sliver of time compared to how long the universe will endure. And beyond that, the period of time where the universe exists is infinitely small compared to how long the universe will not exist. Infinity compared to a finite number, no matter how large that finite number, is still infinitely larger. All of this to say, we have been born as an intelligent species at very nearly the beginning of the universe's lifespan, despite the universe being 13.7 billion years old. While I'm not saying this is true, and I'm not even saying that it is likely, it is nevertheless distinctly possible that in fact we are the very first intelligent species to be born in this universe. And all the extraterrestrials we have encountered thus far have in fact all been time travelers, and that they are all operating on different planes of existence and all represent different branching paths of our timeline. And Jesus, he represents only one where we transcend time. Yet he is the principal time traveler, and the rapture, or case for eviction, is where we do so. The CIA, in the deepest areas of their administration, are all Catholics, believers in the rapture, and perhaps Jesus is at the helm. Like I said, real talk, crazy talk, but real talk. What do y'all think? Now, the CIA must be obliterated, okay?
And when I say that, I don't mean that me thinking that Jesus is at the helm of this specific sect of the CIA is evil. No, he's the absolute good. Jesus is the absolute good. But the CIA has been totally overrun by demons. That's what Satan does. He tries to obfuscate, make everything gray, make it so that you can't tell what is good and what is bad. He turns right side up and upside down. That's what Satan does. But Jesus could very well be in control of this particular sect, quote-unquote sect, of the CIA, Project Pegasus, the Looking Glass, outer band individuated teletracers, time machines, and all of it, all the other stuff is garbage and needs to be obliterated. Remember, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you have Jesus, the very highest good, in such an evil institution, it necessitates it being black and white. Because he is so good that the rest of the institution, in order to even hold a candle to his goodness, has to be the darkest of evil. I'm talking assassinating popes type of stuff. And I believe that the CIA has played a part in stuff like that. They be bad people. But this one particular sect, the Looking Glass, Project Pegasus, maybe not so much. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Kind of a crazy one, eh? Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece. And how that improves your intuitive decision-making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb, and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it, No Longer Human is what it's called. I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure, but I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them. Love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that. You'll discover it at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1 million words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a smattering, a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So,
YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, I mean, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi. If you know what a homunculi is, it's a perfectly formed miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see and they're trying to encourage it. But a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically. I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But, I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. I personally have a very high sensitivity to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself, I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you, I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs, but when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, what is it, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that, and you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable, so I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff, so you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with Super Beets. Super Beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful Super Beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of Super Beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water, because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today, I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it, as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff. And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries, so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner, and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously just hanging out. But
if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff, but, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000-ish, right around there. Free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume. Not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has, laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things. Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for your alertness, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take, and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 188 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. Today we're going to do a reaction video of a new video that came out from Melody Sheep. They make new videos which are basically documentaries and whatnot very seldomly. But this is the best channel, in my opinion, on YouTube. Melody Sheep. They are absolutely incredible. If nothing else, because they get you to think. It's very mentally stimulating, which is critically important for a person like myself. This one's called Engineering Earth, Sci-Fi Solutions to Earth's Problems. So fitting, seeing as how I made some engineering different planets scientific papers. So, starts off, we are called to be architects of the future, not victims. Melody Sheep, more than anything, is their visuals combined with their absolutely majestic music. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss. I love it. Look at the stuff that he's showing right now. The stuff that we can imagine right now is just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible. For all I know, this guy gets inspiration from some good stuff. I don't know. He might. If he does, totally awesome. Don't let those fear.
In 1815, a mysterious veil of dust began to spread over the earth. The culprit was a remote East Asian volcano, Mount Tambora. It was the largest eruption in modern history, spewing out 80 cubic kilometers of debris and taking up to 100,000 lives.
By the way, I didn't pre-watch this, so you and I are watching it for the first time together.
But even this was just a fraction of what Earth is capable of. Supervolcanoes, like the ancient eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia, can unleash 50 times the power and 30 times the amount of debris. An eruption of this scale today would be catastrophic, potentially claiming up to 1 billion lives. There are about 20 active supervolcanoes on Earth today, sleeping beasts that present an even greater threat than asteroid strikes. Instead of waiting for them to explode, what if we could steal their energy and use it for ourselves?
Kind of like geothermal.
One NASA engineer has a proposal for exactly that. The idea is to drill a series of boreholes several kilometers deep around the outside of the magma chamber.
Okay, it is geothermal.
Cold water would then be injected down into the rock, become superheated, then get pumped back.
So basically what he's talking about is geothermal energy production on different planets and celestial bodies. Get on your mat. Me talking just gets my dogs to completely spaz out. It happens every time. But yeah, there's nothing stopping us from adapting geothermal energy technology to any other celestial body in the universe, especially if it's a body that's roughly similar in size to the Earth that we could ourselves land on. And do this on Mars.
Back to the surface to carry the heat away, gradually cooling the magma. The location of the boreholes will be critical. Drilling too close to the chamber itself would risk triggering an accidental eruption.
Company by Elon Musk. This is why he's doing it, to bore these types of things. Geothermal energy.
But if done right,
holes on
the
Mars.
superheated water removed from below would provide a continuous source of renewable energy. And over tens of thousands of years, the energy removed may eventually be enough to cool the chamber completely. To fully protect civilization, we will have to neutralize not just every existing supervolcano, but all future ones. Magma plumes from Earth's...
So the one thing separating ideas from reality is simply someone applying it. So the only thing that stopped us from going to the moon back in the 60s and 70s was somebody applying what we knew we could do. The same thing is true with Mars. Elon Musk is actually applying what we know we can do, and that's how we're getting there. All this stuff you see here, we know it's in theory possible, even with our current conceptions of science and technology. Imagine when people have the resources to actually do this. And again, why I always talk about, oh man, I just need the resources to do this type of stuff, or not quite this, because this is like way far out, but that's why I want resources, so I can get to space. You know, if I want to get to space myself, it would cost me probably $1 million. I think Russia actually sends cosmonauts up to space privately for $20 million a pop. Get on your mat, Chiron. Prices are going down, but still expensive.
Mantle are continually bubbling to the surface. These plumes will continue to trigger supervolcanic eruptions as often as every 50,000 years. Learning to harness these forces could mean the difference between catastrophic collapse and the long-term survival of humanity. But it's not just supervolcanoes we will have to manage. From the lithosphere to the atmosphere, each of Earth's layers are prone to shocks that can threaten civilization and life itself.
I was talking about the hydrosphere.
Our job is to protect and manage these layers with the power of technology to build a safer, more livable planet where life and humans can thrive together for millions of years. And creating a safer planet starts with creating a safer climate.
This stuff is absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's not just important to talk about these ideas, to think about these ideas, to imagine these ideas, but to put such profoundly beautiful visuals to it and music is insanely important. I can't tell you how important this is. It gets people to just think of new things. It inspires people. It is so, so important to inspire people. And that's what this stuff does.
In 1991, the eruption of Mount Pinatubo ejected 20 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. reflecting sunlight around the world, and causing global temperatures to fall up to 0.5 degree Celsius for nearly 2 years. The cooler temperatures even slowed the pace of sea level rise for the next decade. With global temperatures and climate catastrophes on the rise, this event inspired a bold idea. Artificial volcanic eruptions. Like putting sunscreen on the Earth, spraying sulfur dioxide high in the stratosphere would reflect sunlight and temporarily cool the planet.
This stuff is all within the realm of possibility.
A single ounce of sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere can offset the warming effects of several tons of carbon dioxide for a year.
And you have sulfur hexafluoride that is a greenhouse gas.
Dusting the sky would have an immediate effect, buying us time to decarbonize the global economy.
So I can appreciate where he's coming from. He's definitely one who's still the narrator and the creator of the video, who still looks at the carbon dioxide emissions of humanity as a problem when we are very low in terms of the parts per million composition of our atmosphere of carbon dioxide in the history of the entire planet, right? The whole life of the planet, we're at a very low point. In fact, we're only a couple hundred parts per million of carbon dioxide above the point where plants themselves would starve. So we actually need more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I agree with the guy in that we need to protect our planet. Absolutely. 100%. It is our home, and it is a biological creature that is essentially all of us combined. It is very important to do that. It's everything. It's just a matter of prioritization. Do not sacrifice the well-being of human beings, of civilization, of people, for the purposes of maintaining an inanimate object. We need to keep our biome safe and inhabitable, don't get me wrong, but the priorities have to be straight. We also have to have people alive to even be able to perceive its existence. So I understand where he's coming from. It's all good. We know carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It's very powerful. It's very useful, especially on a planet like Mars, where we want to heat that planet up. But I think he's probably incorrect, along with many other scientists, on where we are in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide that we can handle on Earth. Just look back in the Jurassic era. The Jurassic era on this planet had like 3,000 parts per million carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, something like that. And the average surface temperature was like 75 Fahrenheit. Right now it's 59 degrees Fahrenheit with about 400 parts per million. So we can go a ways before it really becomes a problem.
But there's a catch. The exact effects may be unpredictable and uneven. Weather patterns could become erratic and threaten food supplies. With so much at stake, the fight for control over Earth's climate could even escalate into armed conflict.
Such is the underlying story behind Fallout, the video game by Bethesda. You want to avoid experimenting on the atmosphere? There's a bolder way to cool the planet. Probably using mirrors is what I'm thinking he's going to do. Yep, mirrors. There you go.
A team at MIT has developed a concept for a giant solar shield out in space, thousands of kilometers across.
We can do the same thing with Venus. That's how we could actually...
Placed where the gravitational pull from the sun and Earth balance out, it could reduce sunlight by 1.8%, just enough to bring temperatures down to pre-industrial levels. The shield would be made of silicon bubbles, inflating out in space to ease their transport. and deflating if the solution needed to be reversed.
Same concept behind solar sails as well, except it uses
To
mylar.
block enough sun, this solar shield would have to be absolutely massive, about the size of Brazil. Others have proposed systems of space mirrors to precisely redirect sunlight, which could be used to increase solar radiation if temperatures drop too low in the future.
Yeah, that's right. And it's actually something that's used on solar panel power arrays. If you go through the deserts near Los Angeles, just outside Los Angeles, the solar panel power plants actually direct the sunlight up to a magnet or like a mirror in the middle of it. It's like a big old tower, and it amplifies the amount of power you get from it. It's totally cool. It looks like you're looking at something from the future. It is so cool.
Large-scale ecosystem engineering can go a long way in securing the stability of Earth's systems. In 2007, the United Nations launched the Great Green Wall Initiative,
This is
a huge effort to plant a 5,000-mile belt of trees across the entire African continent.
And they're starting it now. We can actually re-green the Sahara Desert. It wouldn't take that much effort, honestly.
This vast new forest will not only suck up 250 million tons of carbon, but also combat desertification, increase food security, and create millions of jobs.
They're actually starting this right now. It would not be
Managing
so
our
crazy to-
planet effectively will require forging deep alliances with the biosphere. That includes preservation of natural carbon sinks like the Amazon rainforest, which are a critical ecological counterweight to human activity.
Their only downfall is that they post so seldomly.
But in some cases, that may also mean bioengineering new forms of life itself. By tweaking the machinery of photosynthesis, scientists have recently created plants that grow up to 40% larger than their natural counterparts,
Do this on Mars.
hinting at a future of radically enriched crops and plant life.
We have all this energy right now. Everything's ready to go.
They have also begun to engineer algae that convert sunlight into clean-burning hydrogen fuel, and microbes that have been reprogrammed to generate electricity from mud and wastewater. But most dramatically, we are now on the path to creating a hybrid woolly mammoth.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but we literally brought back dire wolves. I think it was either earlier this year or late last year. I can't remember when. We brought them back from extinction. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And what he's talking about here is not far-fetched at all. We've created goats with artificial wombs. We've cloned them. This is pretty cool stuff.
Taking the genes of Asian elephants. These creatures could be reintroduced to the Arctic, where they would help keep the permafrost frozen and prevent billions of tons of CO2 from leaking into the air.
That we seek of our environment and our future. The stewards of our own future. Do it right. Be inspired.
Genetic engineering could become our most potent tool for managing the planet, maintaining ecological.
Though genetic engineering in this light would not necessarily be required, because there's also this thing called shine down, where you can actually use certain frequencies of light and shine it through DNA from one creature to another and convert that creature to the other creature. It's a real thing. Scientific studies have been done on it. Experiments have been done. It's all documented. You can find it online. I don't know if they actually call it Shinedown, but that's what I'm calling it. It's genetic engineering in the traditional sense wouldn't even necessarily be a requirement. But you could do both.
Balance and making the biosphere more diverse and resilient. The wonders of the future may not be built with concrete or circuits, but with cells.
Yeah. By the way, apologies if it gets a little annoying that I'm stopping so much, but you gotta keep in mind that I gotta make sure that this is fair use and I'm not just re-uploading his video, right? And so I have to give commentary on it. So if you want to see the whole video by itself, go to Melody Sheep channel, best channel on YouTube, and you'll see it raw. Stopping us from figuring out how to use photosynthesis in our solar panels. It's very
These are mechanical trees. They mimic the real thing by soaking up carbon onto special plates that act like leaves. Once captured, the carbon can be buried or recycled, and the cycle repeats. A single one of these machines can sequester as much carbon as 1,000 living trees. Vast forests of artificial trees could be deployed in inhospitable regions.
Sequestration, by the way, in case you
and with
didn't know,
100 million of them, we could offset our entire
sink,
carbon emissions.
in the ground, it's soaking up the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so it's not being a greenhouse gas. It sounds like a supervillain plot. That's a nuclear weapon right there. Nuke the ocean floor. I believe that would shake up the methane from the ocean floor.
Excess carbon dioxide in the oceans is weakening food chains by causing the water to become more acidic. Pulverizing a part of barren seabed would allow rock particles to soak up the excess CO2 and restore balance to the waters.
Can you believe we actually have nuclear fusion now?
A single nuclear bomb placed 5 kilometers beneath the seabed could shatter enough rock to sequester 30 years of carbon emissions. The bomb would have to be massive, potentially over 1,000 times more powerful than Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear bomb ever dropped.
Tsar Bomba was 50 megatons, humongous.
But the deep sea water pressure would contain the blast and minimize fallout.
I do not recommend this. I do not recommend this. But it is an idea, a concept nevertheless.
The best location could be the remote Kerguelen Plateau, where the seafloor is mostly barren and rich in basalt rock. This is geoengineering at its most extreme and most dangerous.
Glad he said that.
But preserving the oceans and millions of human lives makes even the most extreme ideas worth considering.
So he has his priorities straight. This is for the purposes of keeping life going.
For a safer way to manage the seas, we don't have to go far from shore.
I don't mean to patronize, but that is...
Artificial reefs, built from sunken ships and man-made materials, can become bustling marine cities, with some studies showing fish abundance increasing up to 20 times compared to bare seabed. Widespread artificial reefs could boost the ocean's natural carbon drawdown by offering habitats for trillions of corals, shellfish, and seaweeds that capture carbon during their growth. On a massive scale, these reefs could offer powerful natural defenses, reducing erosion and storm surges by absorbing wave energy.
That's a thing, tidal energy. In fact, I believe China has the biggest tidal energy power plant in the world.
But managing our planet's hydrosphere is about more than protecting our oceans. It means preserving the glaciers and ice sheets that cool the world and hold back rising seas. This is the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica, a massive ice sheet that spans 75 miles. Rising ocean temperatures are causing warm oceanic currents to wind their way underneath the glacier, causing it to crack and destabilize. If it collapses into the sea, it could trigger up to 10 feet of sea level rise, flooding coastal cities around the world. To avert disaster, a geoengineer at the University of Lapland has a bold plan. The idea is to construct a massive 100-kilometer long underwater curtain around the glacier, designed to block warm ocean currents from reaching the underside of the ice. This vast undersea barrier would be engineered to withstand collisions with icebergs and could be removable if problems arise. At the opposite pole of the planet, ambitious proposals are being made to stop the loss of Arctic sea ice. Vast fleets of wind-powered pumps could draw seawater to the surface during the winter and spray it over the Arctic surface, where it would rapidly freeze in the frigid air.
By the way,
an American architect...
Because the albedo of ice is so high, in other words, it reflects so much light back into space, it's a compounding effect to have ice on the surface of the ocean. Because water by itself actually has a fairly low albedo. It's a dark color, but ice is a much brighter color, as you can see right here. So the more ice you have, the colder it gets, the more ice you have, etc. It's a compounding effect. So.
Has recently designed a polar umbrella, which would float in Arctic seas using solar power to harvest seawater and create new ice.
There's actually tools like this, plants like this that
deployed in the fastest melting regions, these umbrellas would cast a cooling shade that would lower surface temperatures and rejuvenate the Arctic ice.
This is basically just him saying, if we do need to do this, we have the ability. We can. If it's necessary, we can do it.
But most of these grand solutions have a common problem. They each require enormous amounts of resources and energy.
We would know when it's necessary.
Where do we get the power and materials? And how will the insatiable demand for energy shape Earth's future?
Thank God, we no longer have our culture in a stranglehold of the deep state and the cabal, because now we can actually get real information that everybody needs and can understand.
For the last 2 centuries, our energy use has been growing exponentially, surging over 7,000% and fueling a 100-fold increase in global economic output. Continuing this level of growth will eventually require generating hundreds of trillions of additional watt-hours every single day. But thanks to revolutions in solar power efficiency, covering just 0.3% of the Earth's surface in solar panels would be enough to power all of civilization.
That's right.
And the frontier of our solar-powered future will be one of the least livable regions of the planet. The deserts.
Why not, right? You know, in heaven, it is described as having, like walkways and paths of golden glass. That's what it is. Solar roadways.
Deserts provide ideal conditions for solar power with their vast, flat landscapes, abundant silicon, and constant sunlight. There are now proposals for massive-scale solar farms in the Sahara, capable of generating 4 times our current global energy usage.
Which would get us to a Type 1 civilization, based upon our power output.
But covering over 20% of this desert could have dramatic side effects. The increased heat absorbed by the dark solar panels could disrupt global weather patterns and cause a spike in temperatures, especially at the poles.
Definitely possible. Be careful with regard to.
No matter how or where we get our energy, producing too much on planet will eventually be deadly.
Your mind.
If our consumption grows at just 2% per year, we will use up all the energy available to Earth in as little as a few hundred years. But the real problem is that the waste heat from energy production at this scale would heat the Earth by over 20 degrees Celsius, which would make large parts of the planet uninhabitable.
It's talking about albedo right there.
This will be the defining challenge of the coming millennia. How do we balance continuous energy growth with a safe, stable planet?
That reminds me of Dredd, from the Judge Dredd series. They had those giant cities that were basically just single towers.
By placing large-scale solar power arrays in space, we could capture uninterrupted sunlight nearly 24 hours a day, then beam the power down as lasers or radio waves. Orbital power systems would shed their excess heat into the cold expanse of space, instead of heating up our atmosphere.
That kind of reminds me of Star Trek.
China is now planning a 1-kilometer wide solar array with the long-term goal of beaming gigawatt levels of clean electricity down from orbit.
But it was the Star Trek reboot. They had a drill.
And a team from Oxford is planning an even bigger station, 1.7 kilometers across, called Cassiopeia, designed to be built in orbit. But collecting the power in space and beaming it down still has its own waste heat problems, as energy is still being added to the Earth's system.
Indeed. But that's true one way or another.
The solution is to move our power-hungry industries entirely into space.
We could do that. That's actually why you have those halos around Earth.
This way, the energy can be collected, spent, and radiated completely outside of Earth's fragile system. And to get all this material into space efficiently, we need something incredibly audacious. Like a highway to the skies, a space elevator would open safe and easy passage to the next technological frontier,
If we can mass
enabling the build-out of next-generation space infrastructure.
carbon nanotubes, we can build this. We're that close to getting it. The rotational force of Earth would be enough to keep the cable suspended in space.
To build it, a cable over 36,000 kilometers long would be lowered from a counterweight out in space, then anchored to a port station on the equator. A space station could then be positioned at geostationary orbit, at the point where the gravitational and centrifugal forces balance
There's
out.
a movie with Brad Pitt in it. I forget its name, but the opening scene is him on a space
Laser
elevator
or
while it's
nuclear-powered rail cars would ascend the cable, carrying multiple tons of cargo at a time, which could drive launch costs down to under $100 per kilogram, 50 times cheaper than today. This could accelerate the mass production of solar power arrays, orbital data centers, research stations, and spaceports, laying the foundation for a new orbital frontier.
outside the gravity sink of Earth, the atmospheric friction, so much is possible out here. We've already taken care of 90% of the effort to get to other planets.
But building this beanstalk to the heavens would be a daunting engineering prospect,
This is like
requiring tether materials far stronger than anything that exists today.
this 2,000 years ago. Just like
And moving human industry into space comes with its own major risks, especially space debris. Tiny pieces of scrap metal as small as a fleck of paint can tear through satellites and infrastructure, creating even more debris and causing a chain reaction of destruction known as the Kessler syndrome.
that is a concept that happened in the movie with
To solve
George
this,
Clooney and Sandra Bullock.
AI-guided laser
Again, I forget
systems
the name
could
of the
rapidly
movie.
identify and
Other
deflect
space
small
movie.
debris.
But you can find it on IMDb, I'm sure.
While larger pieces could be safely captured and deorbited. If we can neutralize these risks, then a space elevator could be just the beginning of an even greater vision of our planet's future. This is the crown jewel of space infrastructure. The orbital ring. This superstructure could become the backbone of our future civilization, a hub for everything from energy and transportation to climate management and tourism. In its basic form, a simple ring of wire would orbit the Earth around 200 kilometers up, with a stationary platform magnetically levitated above the spinning ring.
We can do this now, by the way.
It could be built as a free-floating structure or be tethered to the Earth at multiple points. Sky hooks and even hanging skyscrapers could dangle beneath the ring, serving as launch points, research hubs, or cities in the sky.
You wouldn't even need carbon nanotube technology because you would have the gravitational pull of Earth itself making it work.
Rotating the inner side independently would generate gravity through centrifugal force, making the area habitable and offering spectacular views.
And then you use the centrifugal force to make the gravitational pull on the ring itself, just like you said. We can do this right now.
While no current technology can simulate gravity on the outer edge, it could still serve as a zone for microgravity industries and research habitats.
That's right.
An intricate network of rings could be built at different inclinations, offering rapid point-to-point travel almost anywhere on the planet. These layers could extend far outwards, even potentially networking with the moon.
That's right. And we can make the moon terraform,
But the sheer size of orbital rings would pose their own dangers. A shadow the width of the ring itself would sweep over the Earth each day. For narrow rings, this would have little impact on ecosystems below.
Just something that you'd have to consider.
But wider rings, stretching over 1,500 kilometers, could cause major disruptions to the climate, blocking out the sun for an hour or more daily.
In time, we would just push the rings out farther and farther.
Building one would be a towering engineering feat, as the ring would require tens of billions of tons of raw materials and constant active computer control to prevent collapse. To avoid impacting the Earth, the resources could be mined from asteroids, may all seem like a far-off dream, but there are already proposals for...
This is why I so desperately would love to live 2,000 years. Because I can conceptualize this right now, just as you can in this guy making the video. But if I had the time to compound interest grow my resources, 2,000 years, I could single-handedly do this. And so could you. That's why I want to live longer. And it's why I want the resources that I want. It'll break us free of all of our chains. Man, Just imagine.
Prototype orbital rings that cost as little as $9 billion.
The guy has the idea in his head. He knows it's possible. The only thing separating him from doing it is the resources. That's it. If the risks and challenges that can be overcome, all the rings can become.
People and heavy cargo could be transported along the ring networks to anywhere on Earth in only a few hours.
This is what you can do when you get out of the scarcity mentality of the cabal.
Vast orbital cities and arable land could circle the planet and serve as new human frontiers. And with energy and heavy industry woven into the ring, we could scale our growth without disturbing the planet, preserving Earth as a sanctuary for life.
We might already have super lightning station technology that allows people to do this. Same with the cure to cancer. We might already have so blind and still intellectual souls. I just want to juxtapose that so you can see what we're being able to from here. This is amazing. Innovations to comprise a whole new layer of scratch the surface of what this earth is engineered solar systems. Perhaps our growth will plateau from the planets and others as or perhaps Earth will be a stepping stone to a much bigger journey. Engineering of the cosmos. This is how we go from stage 0 to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 civilization, based on our Earth-shaped state. So an entire galaxy. Alright, there you go, guys. I'm telling you. If you haven't already subscribed to Melody Sheep, go do it. They are an incredible YouTube channel. Their videos are fire. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the 7 wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being. Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there, 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, if you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month. So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin, way back in the 1790s, and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account, something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund, all those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there. Rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage, we'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against
a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1 billion times. Let's say, to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system, where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. You can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians, right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff, like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks. They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 133 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Wanted to talk a little bit more about Price's Law and the Pareto Principle in this video. So the Pareto Principle, also known as the 80-20 rule,
is kind of a more generalized version of Price's Law. Basically, what it's telling you is that 80% of the productivity of a company comes from 20% of the people that work for said company, or any institution for that matter. It's not simply a company. Could be a central government, could be a school, could be any number of things. But the 80-20 rule indicates, and this has been proven time and time again in the free market throughout history pretty much, so 20% produce 80% of the productivity. Price's Law is an extension of this, basically, saying that the square root of the population of any institution or company, what have you, produces half of that company's productivity. So a business with 10,000 workers, the top 100 performers, produce half of that company's productivity. Now, this is extremely important to understand for a multitude of reasons. Like I said, it's not just business. It's countries, it's institutions, it's education, it's the advancement of society writ large. Let's look at somebody like Isaac Newton, one of the smartest human beings to have ever lived. It is proposed that his IQ was somewhere around 190. He was a lousy student because he was focusing on other things while he was in school. But he literally invented calculus, almost single-handedly. The only people who had any concept of this beforehand was Archimedes, with his Archimedes palimpsest, which was thousands of years prior. And that was information that we had lost to the annals of history. Okay? This is a singular individual who essentially created the entire branch of mathematics known as calculus. And he was a polymath. That's not all he did. He also did tons of work in optics, in physics, in chemistry, and even a little bit in alchemy, because everybody has a little bit of a whimsy, you know. So, and then you have people like Da Vinci, who literally conceptualized aircraft before anybody else, hundreds of years before anybody else even had the idea that we might be able to fly one day. And then you have Hypatia, who was the first person to ever write down a poem thousands upon thousands of years ago. I believe it was using Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I can't recall. You'd have to look that up. And then you have people today, like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, even though I don't like him because he's not a trustworthy person, President Trump, Grant Cardone, who is a real estate entrepreneur, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, and then Warren Buffett, or I call him Warren Woof Woof because I'm a goof. So essentially, these people, you can continue with this square root idea continuously, over and over and over. So you have a world of 8 billion people. Square root it, you get the number of people that produce half of the entire planet's productivity. It actually does line up. Sorry, my hair's all over the place. And then you square root it again, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you get like the top 20 people in the entire planet producing about 12% of the productivity of said planet. It lines up. Okay? So if you stop any one of these people, who it tends to be pretty clear who they are if they don't stay silent, if they keep on trying. If you stop, silence, squelch any one of these people, you're not just stopping that person from getting employment or from being like a pilot or something at an airline, but you're literally chopping off at the knees potentially 10% of all global output from a singular person. Let's look at Elon Musk again. He's literally single-handedly, not really, obviously he's got his businesses and stuff that are comprised of tens of thousands of people, don't get me wrong, but it's his effort, his conscientiousness that is single-handedly getting us to Mars, producing the most advanced electric vehicles the Earth has ever seen, creating boring companies, like, drilling holes into the ground, boring. Single-handedly. Jeff Bezos essentially single-handedly revolutionized logistics the world over. One person. One person. Yes, their companies have tens of thousands of people, but if they weren't there, those companies wouldn't be. Bill Gates, don't like the guy, but Microsoft Windows comprises the main operating system of roughly half of all computers across the entire planet. Donald Trump, a multi-billionaire real estate investor. Grant Cardone, a billionaire real estate investor. Mark Zuckerberg produced Facebook, controls Meta, Instagram, all those things. One person. And then you look at countries like South Africa, where the only thing you need in order for this system to properly work is gratitude. Grace. As God says, my grace is enough. In South Africa, the people that live there are attacking the producers. They do not have gratitude. They're trying to steal, lie, and cheat to take their stuff away. So South Africa's crumbling because of that. You look at the European Union. They are a union of countries that has roughly twice the population of the United States, and yet is only a fraction of our productivity because they're lazy. That laziness has led them to socialism. Socialism is for people who don't want to work hard. And the overwhelming majority of people, I love people, don't get me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of people are exceedingly lazy. When you see one of these top Pareto Principle individuals, they're doing a shit ton of stuff. A shit ton. I consider myself at the top of that, but somebody who's had my niece, I've been kneecapped. I've written a novel. I'm going to write many more. I already have 5 written that I haven't published yet. I was an Air Force pilot. I was in the Air Force. I have a master's in electrical engineering. I ran 18 marathons before I could no longer walk properly. I could list it. I'm a real estate entrepreneur. I own 22 units out in Ohio. One thing after another, and I'm being wasted. There's so much more I could do. But nobody wants to hire me for what I'm worth. If I get a job, it's usually for like 10 cents an hour, and I'm not exaggerating about that. That's what's happening with, I also built a YouTube channel with my mom with 26,000 subscribers on it, and it's going to get a lot bigger because I'm not giving up on it, but they're paying me essentially 10 cents per hour because they're not paying like they should be, because they're not giving me views, not giving my mom's channel views. Since I manage that channel, I will be getting half of the income from it. And that's really just because I manage money a little bit better than my mom, so I'm holding on to a bunch of it. But there's no money coming in from there. So I keep on getting kneecapped. So when I said in my last video, I'm a champion, that's what I meant. I'm very, very, very capable. So when you're chopping me off at the knees, you're not just chopping off one airline pilot or one electrical engineer that might go and do some coding for a Fortune 500 company for $200,000 a year or something. No.
you're chopping off somebody at the knees who might be 10% potentially of the entire productivity of the world. That's fucked up. That's demonic. That is demonic. So when you try to take down the United States, like the deep state cabal has been trying to do for centuries now, yeah, we're only 5% of the population, but we are literally 33% of the economic output of the entire world. And I'm not exaggerating about that. You can look those numbers up. We bust our asses in this country. Work harder than almost anywhere else. Well, than anywhere else. So keep that in mind. Pareto principle, Price's law, it's a real thing. It's been proven out time and time again. If you see somebody who is that kind of person, all you have to do is be grateful that they make the iPhone for you. And that gratitude is shown through you buying their products. And through you not telling them that they suck and that they're horrible people. And not trying to shut them down and squelch them at every turn. As long as you do that, as long as all you have is gratitude, you could have an IQ of 80 and be a janitor or something. That's an important job. Very valuable. You're contributing to society. You save your money up to buy an iPhone. Grateful for it. That's all you gotta be. But if you're trying to lay on people who are trying to make stuff for you, like in South Africa, it only takes, like what happened in the Revolutionary War of the United States, 3% of the population to actually stand up and revolt against something to cause it to crumble. The overwhelming majority of people are just sort of standing by. So, if 3% of the population is ungrateful, that's enough to destroy the whole system. Keep that in mind, guys. Alright. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this was enlightening. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 108 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today is going to be a review of Christopher Langan's The Art of Knowing. I read this significantly faster than I anticipated. Now, it's not a very long book. It's about, 140 pages? Yeah, 139 pages. Of course, as I've said before, I'll say it again, 5 pages of his book is like 20 pages of anybody else's book, because the guy writes very dense. He writes very dense because he is extremely intelligent. He's got an IQ of about 200, which has been tested on multiple occasions for him. It's actually what he's known for. He's insanely, insanely smart. One of the smartest people to have ever lived, and that's not me just saying that. He's got the works to prove it, this being one of them. But what I like about this, and I mentioned this in a short a little bit ago, is that in general, it's rather easy to comprehend. He doesn't make it opaque. Though, I do have to say, once he got to On Absolute Truth and Knowledge, which is one of the essays in this book, it's right around page 100 or so, he starts to get opaque again. He starts using a lot of neologisms, which that means new words that he created, but they're accurate, and they make sense. They're words that are real words. It's just nobody's ever used them before, and it's using the actual structure and syntax of English. So they're real words, and a person as smart as him, no joke, can make new words. You know, I don't pretend to be as intelligent as he is, but I'm in league with him, and I've done that myself. I have. So,
It's a very interesting book. A lot of really, really good ideas, as one might suspect, for somebody as smart as him. The first few essays, which are all about 10 pages, almost exactly 10 pages, and I think he did that intentionally for the first 40 pages of the book, just to make it so that it was a little bit easier for a person to digest, so that once they got 40 pages in, they were going to, quote-unquote, fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy and actually finish the rest of the book. No doubt that played at least a small part in why he decided to do what he did. He made all of the first essays 10 pages, first 4, and in very, for him, plain English. For anybody else, like, mind-blowingly crazy. It's very much worth a read. If you're looking for something that will challenge your perspectives, both scientifically and theologically, it's definitely worth a read. Let's see, I've got some points here. So, essay 2, as all the essays have to do with in this book, is free will. He was talking about neural signals. Yes, this is what it was. The neural signals that are detected in the mind, in the cerebral cortex and in the nervous system of the human body, when they're thinking of moving an appendage or something, actually, the movement occurs before the signal is sent. So, this is getting into the idea of the chicken and the egg, and how the way he explains it is that reverse time is technically possible, and how will can act in both directions in time. Your perception, your ability to affect reality can work in both directions. This, I very strongly agree with. Though, I do think there might have been some confounding variables in the study. I'd have to see how it was actually conducted, in that it could be that the person who said verbally, I'm going to move my hand to the right or the left or whatever, and the signal being sent and the ordering of it, it could have been that he just had, or she just had to think about the thing first before they did the action. They had to postulate in their minds. But even then, we're still cracking upon the surface of what actually is will in this regard. Is it still just a construction of different chemical reactions and all that? Or perception or layering of your story? It's really interesting to think about. And I found it very, very silly that one of the characters in his first few essays' last name is Nukem, like Duke Nukem. I think he probably did that on purpose. Obviously, it's meant to be tied with Newcomb, for Newcomb's paradox, of course, but I did find it funny. I think of Duke Nukem when I think of the last name Nukem. Probably because I watch Lazy Game reviews all the time. So, how does will actually work? How does time actually work? How are they interrelated? And, yeah. I wrote this diagram as kind of an exposition on some stuff that he was talking about in the story. So this is the whole of the universe as shown by the cosmic background radiation that was detected in the Horn telescope many decades ago. And this is everything outside of it. All around. Now, whether we can see or feel or go to any place outside of the whole of the universe is beside the point. The point is, we can conceptualize it. And if we can even conceptualize it as a thing, then it exists. It's the everything that is not the universe. It's crazy to think about. Because time is irrelevant out there. Physical space is irrelevant out there. But we can conceptualize it as an out there. Therefore, just like nouns, it is a thing. That is linked to how our perception actually makes reality. And distinctly tied, I think, into how Chris Langan argues free will and its existence in this compilation of essays. So I recommend it very strongly. It's seldom that I don't think I've ever not recommended something that Chris has written that I've read. But yeah, it's good. All right. That's all I got for today. Hopefully you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Today is my birthday. Welcome to day 172 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I am 36 years old today. Officially, at 7:30 p.m., I will cross that Rubicon. You double this age and you'll be 72. That is the midway point for many people. Hopefully it won't be the case with me. Hopefully my midway point will be a lot farther out. But you simply don't know. You cannot predict the future. If you are over-focused on the future, you become anxious. If you are over-focused on the past, you become depressed. If you're focused on the present, you maximize your contentment. This is an absolute truth. We must pay attention to our past so that we can learn from our history, our past mistakes and victories. We must have an eye toward the future so that we can give ourselves a purpose for what we're doing in the present. But the present is where we remain. It is the nexus point of all of our experiences that have been or will be. And at 36 years old, there's a lot of stuff behind me. I do hope that there's still a much, much larger amount of stuff in front of me. But there is a lot of stuff behind me. Many attempted ventures, some successes, some failures. The successes come from getting the experiences, from doing things that very few people can say they've done. I mean, how many people can say that they're a licensed pilot that's rated in a multi-engine jet? How many people can say that they've been to 7 or 8 different countries? More than that, probably. Or almost all the states. Or have run marathons. Or have climbed 14ers. Or any number of other things. They published a book with many more to come. It is because I have had that eye toward the future in that memento mori, remember we die, that I have never lived a day in my life where I have not pushed with as much energy as I can muster to do something with that valuable slice of time. You only get so many of them. Now, the most important things up to this point in my life, with respect to me, not with respect to the relationships necessarily I'm building, but with respect to me, has still been elusive to me. Finding a wife, having children, so that I can leave gifts for this planet. And I can share in the beautiful thing that is romantic love. I've never tasted it. I have gotten whispers of it. I've gotten the scent of it. I've gotten a vision of it. And honestly, my vision of it gets clearer and clearer every day. But I've never experienced it. I remember when I was 10 years old, there was this girl in school, her name was Ashley Wayne, and I loved too deeply and too quickly. A love that was unrequited, unreciprocated. At 10 years old, I put too much in front of another child that was by no means prepared for that. And I don't even think I was. It's like I had a heart from a full-grown adult that was in the body of a child. So, some people, it takes a little bit longer to accomplish those things. Not because you're a horrible person or anything like that. God knows we live in a fallen world. So if you have trouble with that, you're probably doing a little better than most. But if you've waited this long, 36 years, those rules that are put out for the general population are for the baseline. The brand new, newly minted human beings that for the first time accomplish the age of 18 or 20 years old and know virtually nothing of the way existence works. They are a baseline that is meant to keep them protected. And everyone else. When you've reached the age of 36, twice that age, things change a little bit. You know why those rules are there, and you accept and embrace that fully. But for you, you've waited long enough. They don't necessarily apply to you like they do everyone else. They still apply, just in a little bit of a different way. If you can wait this long, and it's painful, it sucks, but if you can, new doorways open up to you that may not have been there before, or that you just couldn't see. You don't need the same protections that an 18-year-old does. You're a bit more mature, have a little bit more fleshed out in your perspectives of the world and beyond it. You can look back or look above from 30,000 feet up at the whole situation and say, that's why that's there. That's why he says that. That's why they do that. Well, that doesn't apply to me. Neither does that. That does. And things adjust accordingly. You've never seen anything as open as this, aside from a very small handful of people. Because this is the maturation of an entire generation. A large cohort of individuals, the millennials, who are now coming into the leadership positions of this world, the big leadership, big kahuna positions. Finally. You are responsible for your actions. You live a life that is there to help others. And one of the best ways to do that is to be as open as possible. This is a very disparate conversation today, but I have a lot going through my mind. It's rare that I don't. Suffice it to say, I'm tired of waiting. And suffice it to say, it's adequate to say is what that term means, if you didn't know. It is, and has been, my turn for a long time. There is no more waiting. If it isn't going to happen soon, like this year, then cometh the rapture. I'm a prototype, an avatar. I mean that for people like me. I'm not saying that I'm anything special necessarily, but I am an avatar. An entire generation of people have been held back, and I am part of that generation. Enough. The Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's of this world that simply refuse to let go of power. Enough. Get out. The only reason you're still holding on to it is because you don't believe there's anything beyond this world. Your words are simply words. You don't actually have any faith. Just a charlatan. So, it is our turn. I've waited long enough. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 100. 3 digits until I am a YouTube millionaire. Happy Sunday Fun Day. And happy Spring Forward Day. This may be our very last Spring Forward in the United States, as it does appear that our leadership is really putting a concerted effort into trying to eliminate the daylight savings time, because it's an anachronism, no longer needed. But like I said yesterday, I'm going to continue my response to Bailey Shieldbox 7 points to step into your power. You know, I think something I was thinking about before I even decided to start this video today is sometimes history has been painted, because we live such short lives and it can be manipulated by beings that are not ephemeral very easily as a result. It can be painted in such a way as to make the good guys the bad guys and the bad guys the good guys. And if that ends up happening, what you have to do is stand true to yourself, who you actually are, and let the chips fall where they may. Let your actions speak more than the words. It's just the way it has to be. And you're going to have to endure a lot of pain and trials and struggles and all that stuff. Because if the world is designed to basically be an attack against you, the entire world is designed to attack you, then it's just the way it is. You got to be who you are. And some things, even if they are against your underlying genetic predispositions and what have you, might just be that's one of the big reasons. It's one of the big reasons it's so difficult. Because you have to stick true to who you are and what your actual morals and philosophies and ideologies are. And when the world is so screwed up, if you, as that beacon, even step out of line just slightly, you're not only compromising the picture you're giving other people, but also yourself. You don't want to turn the world into a jumbled mess. When the world needs guidance because there's so much chaos around you everywhere, that's where the leaders really come in. The leaders, what their purpose is, what they do to actually be real leaders, is they stand true to those principles. I had myself thinking more on... I'm a moron. I had myself thinking more on this through how the genesis of communist China came to be. That's kind of a redundant phrase, but through the genesis of communist China. The only way communist China came to be was because of the guerrilla tactics they carried out. They had the nationalists and the communists. Nationalists, they didn't have a firm enough ideology upon which they were willing to die. And therefore, the guerrillas ended up winning out the day. But that's a side note. I'll get into that later. Let me get to these points that I was going to talk about. Number 5 that she talked about, be disliked. I have a couple points here. Dr. Manhattan, if you know anything about his background story, he took the fall, he was the fall guy, for a nuclear blast that occurred in Manhattan. And he did that so that the world wouldn't go into chaos, so that I believe it was the Soviets and the United States wouldn't go to nuclear war with one another and cause mutually assured destruction or MAD. So he took the blame for it and unified the earth as a result. And it was okay for him because he didn't mind it, even though his compatriots did. They didn't like the fact that he had done it, because he lives a very long life, and it was no big deal. He could just come back at a later point in history and show people, hey, actually, I wasn't the bad guy here, but I needed to calm down tensions so that you guys could survive. Something else I found very interesting in that movie/comic, the movie was where I'm gleaning much of my knowledge of the story from, is that one of the good guys, one of the heroes, was so pissed off that Dr. Manhattan decided to take the fall that he told Dr. Manhattan, he demanded of Dr. Manhattan that he destroy him, he kill him right there, right then and there on the scene, and Dr. Manhattan does. Yeah, after a second he just says, fine. And I believe he explodes his head or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many years ago that I saw this. But if Dr. Manhattan has that capacity, then he can also immediately bring him back to life. I don't know why he didn't do that. Or maybe I'm overestimating his capacities, but, he's supposed to be this infinitely powerful being, basically God, or close to it. And then there's Batman, which is in a similar situation, though not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, in that he took the fall for the things that Two-Face had done, so that they could get rid of all the crime in the government. Because Two-Face basically had sabotaged all the work that they were doing because he broke, if you know anything about that story. The 2008 to 2012, I believe, movies really did a great justice to the story. Christopher Nolan was the director of that, and he just did an amazing job, as he always does. And then there's the next point I have here is that the bad guys in histories that were actually good guys is my point that I'm drawing out here. Sometimes you have to be disliked in order to save people. There is one particular instance that I'm thinking of that I'm not even going to mention. You guys can probably put the pieces together, though, because it is so deeply, deeply blasphemous. Now, I'm a Christian. You can think about that. Number 6, be willing to stand alone. And this ties in to number 5, being disliked. I think that was the point that she was making. And, you know, part and parcel to this, not just standing alone, being disliked like Dr. Manhattan and Batman and all that stuff. In my personal life, I can connect this to how I was treated in the military and other professional endeavors of my life. For some reason, while I was in the military, I remember distinctly that my squadrons in which I worked would constantly cycle between overactivity and underactivity. Now, they say there's a lot of hurry up and wait in the military, but this was manufactured. And I could tell. Like, there was no other reason. Because it wasn't like we were getting ready to deploy or something and we needed to get all of our trainings done and stuff. No, people just all of a sudden would pop up in the squadron, like everybody would be there one day, and then the very next day, they'd all be gone except for me, and maybe 4 other people. And there were cycles like this all the time in my time in the military. And on top of that, I never had any continuity with my leadership. Even beyond the fact that you have PCSs and you move from one duty station to the other, usually between 2 to 4 years. This was even beyond that. This was me losing my leadership, my superiors, every year or so. And that started all the way back from my time at the Air Force Academy. So it went through the entire time I was in the military that this happened. And I was forced to stand alone and basically figure out my own way, aside from the trainings, most of the time, as a result. Because I was the only piece of continuity in the entire squadron. Cycles of people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And it just was like a whipsaw, left you completely disoriented. And I guess it kind of pulled away all the other rubbish that I needed to not pay attention to. So that was good, at least. But I could tell that that was manufactured, too. And then her 7th point, inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. This being intuition. And then at the same time, it's very well tied into my novel series, where the time travelers of the story can actually pierce the veil of the different dimensions because they live in the space between space when they're observing reality from the teletracer or the looking glass. It's a time travel machine. And they can actually go up near the thing that they're observing, the person they're observing, whisper into their ear from the ether, the space between space, and the individual will hear it in their subconscious. The devil and the angel on our shoulders. So strongly connected to one another. But listen to that inner voice, is what she was saying. That inner voice has led me to where I am today, as well as the times where I refused it. I remember when I was finally coming to the conclusion that I needed to get out of the military, there were times where I remember distinctly, I was driving in my car, for example, I had the Escape, the Ford Escape, which was interestingly named, I think appropriate, where I would literally just get in a shouting match with myself, conflicting with the whispers that were going into my subconscious. Similar to a character that I have in my first novel. His name's Liam Wang. He's Chinese. I was in a shouting match with myself because I didn't want to do something that my subconscious was trying to nudge me to do. And I still don't want to do it, but I'm going to because I have to. I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. You guys can probably imagine what that is. But this has taken a very long journey to get to this point in my understanding and my acceptance of where I am in life. So I say, so be it. Especially if it turns out that me, Peyton Pearson, I am a villain in somebody else's story. And sometimes I just need to make my own decisions. More than sometimes. All the time. So, a lot of this discussion of Bailey Schilbach's points, the reason I'm doing this, aside from the fact that I love her thoughts, they're fantastic, is I want to let her know that I'm picking up what she's putting down. And I hope we can keep doing this. So, okay, that's all I got for today. I got through all 7 of them. I'll try some new stuff later. She's probably going to come out with a video today, so maybe I'll review that. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 and I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, millions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. that was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it, especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, harkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that. It's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side, and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me. I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety. Way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know, very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably going to watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which it could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. We don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 103 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to discuss the difference between free will or choice and opportunity, and how they're both very, very important, but they're not precisely the same thing. So free will, obviously, is your ability to make your own choices. You either go direction A or direction B. However, opportunity is the horizon of choices that you have to make. For example, if you lived in the Middle Ages, then you could choose to get water from the stream or get water from the well. You could choose to build a house with a straw roof or build a house with a stone or a tile roof. You could choose to live in Great Britain with very much ease, in London, or you could choose to live in Scotland, let's say Edinburgh, if you traveled for several days. If you got cancer, or if you got sick, let's say you stubbed your toe or something and you got an infection, you could not choose to survive from that. It was purely contingent upon how robust your body was if it could survive. There was nothing you could do to prevent yourself from passing away if that's what was going to happen. The bubonic plague unalived 25% of the European population in the Middle Ages, and there were several bubonic plagues that occurred. We didn't have penicillin. We didn't have any antibiotics. We didn't have germ theory back then. We had no idea what any of that was. So while you might have wanted to make the choice to continue to survive, you didn't have the opportunity to do so. You were just going to survive or not, depending on what your body could do, what it could handle. And to our physical body's credit, there were some very well-known leaders back then that did survive the bubonic plague, like Charlemagne. I believe it was Charlemagne. Anyways, there was one of the kings that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking Charlemagne got the bubonic plague and survived it. It's possible to survive it without penicillin and antibiotics and all that. It's just, you better be pretty damn robust if you want to. Now you look at the modern day. If you lived in the Middle Ages, you could have wanted to go to the moon. You could have, with all of your heart and desire, wanted that to happen. But you did not have the opportunity. It was not within the purview of your possible choices. Now, we have been to the moon with the Apollo program in the 60s. We can get it back. And Elon Musk is working on that right now with his Starship. And soon we will be able to go back there again. But in the Middle Ages, it was not within the purview of possible choices for you to make. And that's the difference between opportunity and free will. Opportunity and choice. You have the freedom to choose what you would like within that purview of choices. And it is the tools that we build based upon the consensus mechanism that is the convergence of our reality. And what I mean by that is we need tools to operate within the physical laws of this universe. Physical laws of this universe are the consensus that all conscious beings have come to make this reality what it is. That up is up, down is down, black is black, white is white. Gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared on average. Newton's physical laws, all that stuff. It's a consensus mechanism that has made this reality what it is. If you didn't have to be under consensus, you wouldn't need any abstraction
to accomplish the choices that you actually have. You could just focus your intent on something, your choice, and it would occur. I could manifest a gold brick in midair just because I want it to be there. And as long as I could focus my intent enough and there were no other consciences that could say to me, that's not possible, you can't do that, within the realm of the physical laws, then it could happen. I know this because I've done it before. And that's why nobody must be looking upon the situation when it does happen, so that there doesn't need to be any other consensus aside from you. I manifested a penny back when I was a child, when I was 10 years old. I have a story about this on this channel, actually. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. But the difference between choice and opportunity is opportunity is a subset of choice. It is the purview, the range of choices that you have dependent upon the reality in which you live. So I hope that makes sense. This is just, as all these videos are, a taster of the ideas that I want to posit in this channel. And mind you, in 100 years, there will be even more opportunity. We'll be able to go to Mars. We might even be on different solar systems at that point. There will be more choice for you to be able to make. Take advantage of those opportunities. Who knows when they might not be there in the future? Because you also got to keep in mind, while the purview of choices tends to expand over time, it can also re-shrink. That's happened many a time, and the space race is a perfect example of that in and of itself. So the doorway opens up and it can close again. NASA's not sending people to the moon anymore. Why is that? Because they're being manipulated by dark forces. Legitimately, that's what it is. But I'll leave it at that. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think. Love to hear from you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate.
It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we as humans see it. If the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them, and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time. But there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to Earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 144 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. I wanted to talk about today a little bit more failures to launch. Now, I was telling you guys before, many a time that I consider myself to fall into this camp. Somebody who was trying to accomplish great things in life. Now, mind you, I'm still young, so I still have time. Young, if you will. I'm going to be 36 next month. But everything that I've done in my life, all of the boxes that I've checked, I did not get to my final goal. I was Sisyphus, right at the top of the mountain, just about to crest it, and then I had my knees knocked out from under me. Well, basically, I say this in reference to the fact that I empathize with those other people out there that are also that. One of them is a very good friend of mine. I won't say specifically who, but essentially, somebody who is extremely intelligent, wicked smart, as they say, and is extremely capable, but has dealt with so much stuff in their life that they suck themselves down and resign themselves to positions that are way below their station, because they've just had such horrible
upbringings, unresolved traumas from their childhood, that they don't take care of themselves physically. And those unresolved traumas are starting to become, whether they realize it or not, normalized in their psychological perspectives of the world. And it's those things that make black white and white black, and that turn the world upside down to them. It's not good. For instance, the tragic event that just happened on Easter, I believe it was, actually, or right after it. Pope Francis passed away. I might not have been a huge fan of the guy. I didn't like the guy. I thought he was way too progressive, and he was challenging the Western world in a way that was going to lead it to collapse. He was acting in a capacity that was not Christian. I'll just say that. And there are many of our leaders in our country who also said that they do not they're not happy at the passing of Pope Francis. Of course not. You don't revel in a person passing away. You could revel in the fact that they're no longer going to do damage to the world. Like, it sucks that George Soros is still around, wreaking havoc, and his son is going to be even worse than him. But that aside, Pope Francis forgot some very crucial things. Or maybe didn't forget them, just allowed himself to be bamboozled by the traumas of this world. Even heaven has borders, has gates. The demons were pushed out of heaven and never allowed back in. And it's those pearly gates that prevent them from getting in. A country without borders is no country at all. Look at something like this Maryland Man hoax that's happening right now. This person was a legitimate MS-13 Chicao. He was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged member. He had MS-13 tattooed on his hand, and he was a wife-beater. And because these people with these unresolved traumas in their past are so adamant about making other people pay for what they had to deal with without even realizing it most of the time, that they're actually backing somebody like this Maryland Man who is a legitimate illegal immigrant to our country. But all of this tying back to my good friend and my failure to help them. They will not let go of their past traumas. They just won't. Those things already happened. They were horrible. They should not have happened. They shouldn't have. You didn't deserve them. Let them go. They're controlling you, and they're turning your world upside down.
There is a reason that there are certain standards that are put into the spiritual philosophy of Catholicism, Christianity, and whatnot. There are reasons for those standards. It goes God, husband, wife, children. God, family, vocation. If you misprioritize, everything gets screwed up. If the woman in a relationship tries to take the leadership role, they emasculate the man who is supposed to protect. Nevertheless, I know that there are people out there that intentionally sabotage themselves, even with all the help that they're provided, specifically to make somebody like me be defeated. To make somebody like me think I'm not doing enough. I'm just an avatar for a person like me, like a 35-year-old man, millennial, in this day and age. I'm an avatar. And I accept that I haven't done enough. That's why I'm pushing harder. But where is the limit? Where is the limit? Where you're finally going to let go of your past traumas and let yourself live well. Not live just above survival. It's tragic. I keep on getting my ass beat over and over and over, and guess what? I get up and I work harder the next day. You can do it too. I don't understand why you're not. I said that I'm certain that at least in some way, subconsciously, it's to make a person like me feel like I never did enough. To make me, or my avatar, pay for not having been there in your past to help you, or having done enough in the past. I accept that. And I'm sorry. I very much am. But you have to start somewhere. I was born in 1989. I wasn't here in the 60s. I wasn't here in the 70s. I wasn't here in most of the 80s. But I'm here now. If you let me help, and you actually listen to me, and see that you are worthy of living a better life, you are worthy of it. Period. Stop. Full stop. Then things can get better. You are so capable. So capable. It is heartbreaking to me that somebody as capable as you is just letting the world, letting life pass you by. Letting your body fall apart. Collecting illnesses, kind of like badges. And not doing the things necessary, even though I'm giving them to you on a silver platter, to fix those illnesses. Because you identify with those illnesses. They're your security blanket. Socialism, communism, and things related to that will never be good. Ever. Ever. Even heaven has gates. And they sent out the illegal immigrants that were the demons. I say that kind of half facetiously. But the
analogy roughly equates. I will never give up. On my own life, as well as on yours. Because you're worth it. Live like it. Somebody with a higher education degree should not, with an IQ north of 130, should not be working as an associate. All right. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because, let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best, as best I can figure, in such a existential modality, is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means.
when you have to face a lot of challenges in your life. And so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal, the backstabbing. The way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. Raw. Not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth. As best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace. What if the nature of suffering is to build empathy? Welcome to day 192 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In addition to that, what if your purpose on this planet is to suffer? There was a person, many of you might know this person, might be a person with whom you're familiar, whose purpose was specifically that, only isolated primarily to a specific, profound point. Obviously, Jesus. What if the purpose of your life is to suffer, to soak up all of the negative energy of the human family? So, people are always praying to God that are in states of suffering, seeking an answer, seeking to have their wishes fulfilled. When they're not, what do you think that means? It means that you are the warrior, fighting, putting up the shield to protect and preserve everyone else
that does get it. You're the way it happens for everyone else. And ultimately, when it does come to you, however long you can endure, it will be the end state for everybody. But when you're enduring that pain, you need patience to the utmost degree. And don't ever expect that you will be healed or that you will get those things for which you are looking. That saves the most people. If we're in the business of saving souls, the way you do that is you act as the painkiller for all of their pains. And if you can get joy, satisfaction out of that, as opposed to getting it out of receiving the things that you personally want and desire, then that's divine. You become an infinite well, source of protection, love, freedom, liberty, creation. So when I tell people, I believe in God, always have, always will, because I believe that the person to whom I am talking exists. That's very important. You're basically fueling the fire in their own soul, sparking it, turning them from an NPC into a real animated person, just by telling them that they matter. Because they do. They're everything. There are two paths. The first one is entropy, destruction, erasure of everything. And if that happens, those things never were with which to begin. And the other one is creation and eternity. It will have always been your destiny if you get there. To look at it in a Calvinist perspective, you can actually square that circle if you look at it through nonlinear time and how everything is happening simultaneously. All realities converge into the one in which we live and perceive. So, to tell an atheist that you believe in God, they're not understanding it if they remain atheists. You're telling them that you believe in them. Not in some egotistical, narcissistic way, but you're telling them that they are creators of their existence, of their universe, which is absolutely true. What the double slit experiment shows, the greatest irony of it all, is that God exists. And it's you. Something Jesus was trying to tell us from the start. Trying to show us how to do it. When he gave his apostles, his disciples, the ability to conduct miracles, that's how. All he did was believe in them, just as they believed in him. When you forego belief in God, you are foregoing belief in yourself. You are instigating your own erasure, your own non-existence. And in that final judgment, where that omniscient understanding of all intents comes about, if you have decided
that you don't want to exist? Remain atheist? Because that's what this is. You will. You'll get what you want. And for those who seek to become the entropy, to actually integrate with the void itself, they'll get what they want as well. It ultimately leads to the same thing, but that's what they'll get. So when I tell somebody that I believe in God, especially with everything I've had to endure, being the warrior that I am, and I am a warrior, I am trying to tell them that I believe in them. I always will. And if I were to give up that fight, then how many people would lose their will? It's not possible for me to give it up, because it's my nature to suffer. It's all human beings' nature to suffer. But those who do not receive the answers while they're alive, or while they're in this reality, it's because they are the warriors that are doing the fighting. I don't expect to receive the answers here. And if this were all there was, that would concern me. It would make me eternally sad. But as it stands, all that will remain is I won't be able to leave gifts for people here. But I know there's something beyond it. And the ultimate challenge, the ultimate proof of belief, the one that the devil is trying to get you to fail, is to not take what you want by breaking the rules, and therefore proving, at least to him, that eternity does not exist. I will keep doing this. I won't get what I want out of it. And that's okay. It does not bother me. And the more I learn, the more truly steeped in an understanding of what belief actually is I become, the more at peace with that I am. But what I'm not at peace with is all those people that are still lost in it, that still don't believe in themselves. Because if there is nothing outside of this, then nothing matters. If nothing matters, then you don't. If you don't matter, then do you really exist? You will get what you want in the end. And if that remains your perspective on things, if you don't listen to Jesus, and him trying to tell you that you are a creator just as him, then that's what you're going to get. If I do break, or get just to the point of breaking, right before that happens, I know God's got my back. He'll step in. And I will have faith in that. But the thing is, it's never going to happen. And I know that's the rub here. There are a large number of people who are trying to get me to break specifically so that Jesus will step in. Because either he will or he won't. And they'll know, one way or another. They'll no longer be the realm of belief for them. Assuming that I'm that important, but I'm not. Even so, not being important and still not allowing yourself to break? Are you really not that important? It's one of the many paradoxes of this life. It remains that way if nobody knows your story. It's a kaleidoscope. It is a lot of things. Very deep, convoluted, complicated, but at the same time not. Because if you just obey and believe, you don't even have to think about those other things. It's simple. The bridge here is that I am trying to explain what I've learned. And explaining it in all of its depth and multifaceted, multifarious nature, kaleidoscope of it all, the fractal of it all, makes it make sense. So that those who simply can't hit the believe button can have something onto which they may glean, or onto which they may grasp. God is real. I believe. Always have, always will. Nothing will break that. And that means I believe in you. All of you. And you can either choose to accept that or not. I am telling you that you exist. Understand that. Grasp what I am saying there. You exist. You do. You're right here before me. You're not just a projection. Being an NPC even doesn't mean you don't exist. It just means that you're not the main character. You still exist. You exist. Alright. I've gone on long enough. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 139 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking on my last video, how should I put it? Sometimes you need to just have a little bit of an anger release valve, if you will. And there's a lot of things in this world that frustrate a great many people that are like me. I want change to happen. And when it comes down to brass tacks, I was just thinking about this before I started this video. I know that a lot of really good people, a lot of earnest people, a lot of people that are in the same boat as me, have the same mentality as me, are doing everything that they possibly can to fix what's going on in the world today, to make the world a better place for everybody, more equitable, more free. I get that. And I just want to make sure that they know that I deeply appreciate what they're doing. I do. But sometimes you just get angry and you gotta let it out. So, I'm just a guy, but I think in a way I'm kind of an avatar of many 35-year-old men, at least in the United States, probably you could say extending to the Western world in general. Kind of a lost generation that we're trying to, almost like the prodigal son, we're trying to re-find, or prodigal son's trying to get back to dad. But the frustration is, I know that everything that can be done is being done at a lightning pace right now. And it's still taken about 20 plus years to get to this point. Yet, and this was going to happen. You don't reverse an 8,000-year-old pedophile satanic worshipping ring in a couple generations without extreme resistance. I get that, but, if I feel like my life is being burned away, and I want to make an impact. There's two things in my personal life, and I've mentioned this a few times, that I have not accomplished, that if I do, then I'm done. I'm done, quote unquote. But it's like they're mentioning in the book The Alchemist, which I'm reading right now. There are people that hold off doing the last thing in their bucket list of things to do in their lives because they'd be like, I'm done. There's no reason to live anymore. So, like, one of the characters in the story was saying that his last thing on his list of things to do in life was to go to Mecca, because he's got 5 pillars or 5 tenets that he needs to follow in the religion of Islam, which is his religion. Think of that what you will. That's a side point, but he put off going to Mecca because that's like the thing that's keeping him alive, is what he said in the book, and not in not so few of words. But 2 things in my life that I want to get done, that I want to do. Of course, I don't have the same mentality as this guy trying to get to Mecca, in that I want to do these things not because it's going to be, me saying I'm finished. I can stop doing my stuff now. No, it's so that I can start doing other things too. And that is have a family. Because I don't want to spiritually die if I don't have to. And get to space. I've been trying to get to space since I was 10 years old. And understanding that such things were going to happen in my life, perhaps before I came here, a lot of people front-loaded a lot of very good, valuable things in my life in the first part of it, up until the age of 30. It was stuffed with really interesting and cool things. I saw many different countries. I was a pilot. I mean, that's pretty dang cool. Went to some of the best schools that exist. Saw almost every state in the United States. Fantastic things that were front-loaded in my life. But those 2 things are what I want, and they're so elusive. When I was younger, I wanted kids, I had in my mind that I was going to get married, have 3 children. At the age of 27, I was going to get married, have 3 children, and that was going to be my family. We're now 8 years past that point. And life just sort of seems to be passing me by. Anyway. And then you see, and I understand it's got to start somewhere, and I'm not mad about this, but you see that all-female crew that went up in Blue Origin to space just because they're celebrities. Because they're perceived as being special. I've been busting my ass my whole life to get there. And then I was literally kneecapped. Well, as literal can be, if you will. You get what I'm saying. I can hardly walk right now. We live in a funny world. But we all know that it's been run by those satanic pedophiles for millennia. It's just interesting. Again, no shade, because it has to start somewhere. Getting to space and making it a public thing has to start somewhere. So it starts with people that everybody knows. like Jeff Bezos' wife or fiance, Katy Perry, and those other women that are on the crew. Honestly, those are the two that are memorable to me. I can't remember who else was there, but okay. Now send me next. Just, how would that be a publicity stunt? Just send some random dude to space. Because I am living just as some random dude right now. Send some random dude to space, then anybody can look up there and be like, oh, maybe I can go. Ah. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to leave it today. I have a little bit of a surprise later today. This April 17th, 2025. Going to be doing some fun stuff with a friend of mine. I think you guys know what it's going to be. Anyway, I've done it before, but it's going to be a surprise-ish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 143 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to talk about The Alchemist, a book that I just finished reading a little bit ago. Actually, a couple days ago. And really, overall, excellent book. I can say it's another strong recommend. The writer, Paulo Coelho, has a definite deep knowledge of Christianity, in that the king, which is one of the first characters that the protagonist in the story runs into, a protagonist is just called the boy. Basically, he's a boy that's being set out to go upon a journey to find his personal legend, is what the term is called. But this king is actually the king of Salem, and Salem, the king of Salem from the Bible, is Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, the story behind him matches up pretty dang well. So Paulo Coelho needed to have a pretty good, deeper knowledge of Christianity in order to put that into the story. And another part of the story that I think lined up with that was towards the end, when the alchemist talks about a centurion that went to Jesus and asked Jesus to cure his servant, because his servant was ill. This is actually written in the Bible. And the alchemist gave a deeper background story of that centurion and his parents and his family and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. It was part of an absolute synchronicity that I got from this book, The Alchemist. Because that's essentially the big thing I am trying to do with my novel series. Because my novel series, in general, is truly, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems pretty crazy and very different, very far left field compared to it, it's really Christian fan fiction. Because I'm actually going into the deeper background of what I think could be the past of these big characters in the Bible, including Jesus, in that he is beyond time, he is God, and I show where it's just a story. It's just a story, okay? Think he came from. So I thought that was a really powerful synchronicity. And let's see, on page 50, I'm actually just going to go ahead and go through this. We'll start with page 24. It says, the first time the universe conspires to help you achieve your goals, and that's like one of the main threads in this whole story. I found that really interesting because the universe does. However, the universe being God, it's a conflict between God and the devil. The devil thinks he's God, so he's trying to defeat the universe.
to create absolute entropy. And yes, the universe is going to conspire to do everything it can to help you to achieve your goals, but the enemy is going to get in your way. And that happens many a time to the main character. He gets his money stolen from him, all of his wealth stolen from him several times, until finally, at the end of the book, he finds his treasure, and it was where he lived in the first place all along. But he needed to go on the journey in order to discover where it was. So it was still very well worth it. The universe does conspire. It indeed does. And then let's go ahead and look at page 25. So I wrote in here in my notes book, capable of going to the moon. It's talking about the personal legend. So the story says that anything you can imagine, anything that you want to be able to do, you can. And while in general I agree with that, it's at the same time the interaction between choice and opportunity. And in my current existence, it's possible to go to the moon and to Mars and to space. And that's part of my personal legend. However, the enemy has gotten some pretty powerful blows against me and has stopped me from accomplishing that goal, that personal legend. Let's see, page 50. I wrote, I'll figure it out. Because that's what a leader does. You get knocked on your ass over and over and over. Everything's taken from you. And you just get up and say, I'll figure it out. You just have to get up one more time than your enemy, and you will defeat them. This is the first time in the story that the boy lost all of his wealth from thievery. So, in not so few of words, he continued. And that's basically falling to your very lowest point in life. He had all of his path basically decimated before him. That's the equivalent of getting up, dusting yourself off, and saying, after you've gone bankrupt, I'll figure it out, which is what a man does. I see that a lot on Instagram. Instagram is a very powerful tool if you curate it right. Let's see, page 60, the man in the arena. This is a very important one. Well, I wrote the man in the arena, and that basically means you're going to have critics all the time. But you're the one that's actually trying to pave the path. And if other people are just standing by on the sidelines and just criticizing you for it, what do they matter? Keep going. One of the big things I got from this story was, would you be memorable to someone who's never heard or seen you before? There's a literal biblical king that the boy meets. And while he had no knowledge of this person's background, Melchizedek, even though the boy is Christian and it professes faith in Jesus, he wasn't well versed enough in Christianity to fully understand who he was talking to. Nevertheless, having minimal to no knowledge of this person's background, he is still somebody who has a huge impact on the boy's life. That's essentially what I want to do with this YouTube channel, with my videos. I know that all of you will probably never meet me in real life, and this may very well be the very first and perhaps the very last time you ever see me. For most of you, that's going to be the case. But will my presence have a lasting impact on you in this one pass you get with me? Melchizedek's did. The boy had never met him before, but his mind was blown by what he taught him and what he showed him. I want to be able to do the same thing for you guys. So I got that out of this book. It was pretty important. It made me think of another aspect of the novel series I want to write.
A friend of mine told me of a short story that he had written. It's Major Logan. He's now a major in the military, the Air Force, where there was a guy that was going to jump off of a bridge, and God himself came to talk to him to convince him not to do it, and he didn't know that he was talking to God. But the person who was God had such an impact on the person that he didn't jump off the bridge. This harkens back to you being much more important than you think you are. All of you. And then let's see. There's another thing in the book that something I don't like. He meets this woman by the name of Fatima at the oasis in the middle of the desert. And the way he explains it is something like love at first sight. That doesn't exist. You don't fall in love with somebody the first time you see them. It's not the way it works. I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't exist. It's infatuation. And then page 163. Absolute synchronicity, I wrote. This was about the centurion, that story that I just talked about a little bit ago. It was absolutely synchronous with what I'm doing with my novel series. That's what I have written for this. Again, it's a strong recommendation. It's not a very long book. It's only about 170 pages. It's pretty easy to read, too. Not only is it pretty short, but it's not written in complicated language. It's almost poem-like. It's a novel, but in its repetitive way of expressing itself, it's almost like an epic poem, like the Iliad. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Strong recommend. I was a little bit slow this morning, but anyways, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 137 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this video, we're going to do a review of Profiles in Courage by John F. Kennedy. Now, this book was written quite a while ago, obviously, because John F. Kennedy passed away several years ago. So, perhaps some of the things are not necessarily up to date in it, but really what it is kind of a history lesson, because you're going through the lives of basically like 8 people that John F. Kennedy saw in United States politics as courageous individuals. Now, the way he defines courage is not necessarily something that's going to lead you to be victorious in your political pursuits or whatever your pursuits are, but are standing up for your morals, your convictions, in the face of whatever inertia you need to overcome. So, what that means is somebody like Daniel Webster might be really horrible with their money and rather unsavory of an individual in that regard. He nevertheless will stand up for something that needs to be stood up for in politics. Now, like I've said many a time, it's scarcely going to be the case where you remember point for point, verbatim, everything that you read, hear, see, what have you. So, reading a book like this, as with any historical document, is a means by which you broaden your perspective to improve your subconscious intuition for your decision making. He brings up the point of Gresham's law. Gresham's law of politics. And Gresham's law, what that is the tendency for money of lower intrinsic value to circulate more freely
than money of higher intrinsic value, or equal or nominal value. In other words, this same type of thing happens with politicians. They'll circulate in and out based upon low value. But there were also some other important points that I think John F. Kennedy didn't bring up because he just didn't know of them. One of them is the Lindy effect. The Lindy effect, basically what that is, it states that the longer something has been around, been in existence, the longer still it will be in existence. So, let's look at Bitcoin, for instance. Bitcoin's been around since 2008. That's a good 17 years. Because it's existed for 17 years, the likelihood of it collapsing in a singular year is very low. It's going to be around perhaps for several more decades, maybe even centuries, because it's lasted this long. The same thing happens with politicians, governments, even, just people in general. So, a lot of the profiles that he discusses are individuals that were politicians during the Civil War era. And one of them, I actually have it written right here, that Daniel Webster individual, who wasn't necessarily the best person in the world, basically gave time for the Lindy effect to take effect for the United States. If the Civil War in the United States were perhaps to happen 10 years prior, the United States wasn't old enough for it to survive that kind of calamity. It would have broken up into several different states, several different countries. Perhaps Texas would have become its own country, the Confederacy would have remained its own country, the northern states would have remained their own country. It wouldn't have been able to have been reunified by a central authority. But because Daniel Webster he aided in the delay by great compromise with individuals like Henry Clay and others, they gave it time. Hindsight is 20/20, and scarcely could any one of these individuals have known what the future consequences would have been of the actions they were taking in the present. But a few things that you can know, the kernels of truth. Life is better than death. To give time for greater awareness is better than to make brash decisions, and things of that nature. Stability, generally speaking, is better than chaos. Slavery is bad. Freedom is good. Sound money, and actually this is somebody by the name of Lamar, a politician by the name of Lamar, Cincinnatus, blah, blah, blah. It's a big old fat name. I forget exactly what it was, but, and again, I'm not going to remember the exact details. He was a politician that was trying to keep sound money and keep it as a singular currency. Gold. He didn't want to add silver into the mix. It's like basic silver bill or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was called. But hindsight's 20/20. You don't know these things in the present. And I look back on this and all the things that these individuals did to keep enough stability for the United States to get where it is now was hugely important. They held it together long enough to where now you and I live in the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. Even with the central banks and dark forces behind the scenes trying to turn us into slaves in a different sense, not like
cotton-picking slaves, but a different kind of slave. Even with all that, we've managed to keep things together well enough up to this point to where we live in the greatest affluence we ever have. I'm talking to you on a piece of technology that's a billion times more powerful than the technology that got us to go to the surface of the moon back in 1969. And 69 years before that, we had just come around to inventing the engine, and we were getting ready to build cars, and we were a few years off from making airplanes. We went from barely being able to fly to landing on the surface of the moon in 69 years-ish, right around there. And now we're getting ready, we're setting out to go and colonize Mars. Even with all these dark forces behind the scenes trying to stop us, and it takes a wizened individual, why you read books like this, to figure that stuff out. We've managed to push forward the line this much. So if for nothing else than to give yourself a broader perspective, I strongly recommend you read this book. It's a good one. Really, really good information in it. When you do things that are courageous, when you do things that you are convicted by, that are going to make a difference, just as Winston Churchill said, and this is actually Victor Hugo, I think, was the first person who said it. You have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. He also talks about certain politicians that basically executed the knife's edge of keeping us right on the precipice between chaos and stability. And the closer you are to that line, the black and the white, the faster your growth is. And if we want to outpace the evil in this world, unfortunately, we need to be as close to that line as we possibly can be. Because the enemy is always looking for a way to take us down. So I strongly recommend you read this book. It was very good. All right. That's it for today. Let me know what you think, guys. I'll talk to you soon. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 152 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I gave you guys a second video last night, because I just needed to talk about that, and I bring it up periodically because part of the reason, it's not the only reason we did it, don't get me wrong, and I've listed this many a time, but it bears repeating. Part of the reason we decided to start that Slots YouTube channel was to make some money on the side. Had the channel actually been getting the views that it was supposed to, but YouTube moved the goalpost on us, then that channel, with its respective size, should have been getting about 2,000 to 10,000 views per video, and making about $2,000 to $5,000 a month at this point. But because YouTube pulled the carpet out from under us, or moved the goalpost, whatever you want to say, the phrases mean essentially the same thing. Not quite, but essentially. We are not making any money off of the channel. It was a struggle to get monetized. And then once we did, we were making no more than like $100 a month. It's pitiful how little money the channel's making. I get the impression that, assuming that YouTube isn't specifically just trying to screw us over, my family, to put us in a state of starvation, a state of barely above subsistence, which is my impression. I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is, so that I constantly have to have in the back of my mind these feelings of worrying about money. I just want to stop having to worry about it, Because once I can stop worrying about money or where I'm going to find the funds to pay for something, then I can start pursuing other things that I want to pursue.
And my assumption is whoever's pulling the levers behind the scenes, because this happened essentially right when we decided to start this channel, our first handful of videos, one of them, this is back when we had like 100 subs on the channel, had 8,000 views on it as a long-form slot video. And then after that, it just plummeted. Nothing happened after that. And I get the impression that either they're directly attacking us and trying to make it look like they're not by making a bunch of people get attacked as well. It's clever diversion stuff that they do. They're bad people. They're bad people that I'm talking about. Or, yeah, they're specifically attacking us. There was another one I was going to say. There we go. Or they see our channel as a scam channel or a spammer channel, like those Elon Musk streams that used to say, oh, 5,000 Bitcoin giveaway by Elon Musk, and they would just be a live stream that was running all day long, and it was just a scam. That's not us. We are real people. We're doing real things on this channel. We ain't cheating. We're following the rules. Have a real person look at the channel and get us out of that dark room that you put us in. We haven't broken any rules. I mean, when there are slot channels out there with literally a couple hundred subscribers that are getting more views on their long-form videos, what have you done to us? We are real. We exist. We're not cheating. We're following the rules. Give us a chance here. It seems like no matter what I do, I cannot break through. They won't listen to me. They won't answer me on support. It's just AI that talks to me. And they give me the same... I can tell it's AI because it's the same boilerplate answers every single time I go to talk to them. And I've done it several times at this point. I'm not an idiot. I know it's fake. I can't seem to break through. And then, right when I start getting my real estate stuff going, guess what? Everybody and their mother decides to dive into the same system, the same location, and decides to start trying to sabotage me on various different platforms when it comes to YouTube, or not YouTube, real estate. Airbnb and Furnished Finder and stuff. It's just causing me so many issues that were not there before. Like little demons that are possessing people, and they don't realize they're being possessed. And they see me, and something is triggered in them to just switch to evil. I don't know what it is, but it's bad, and it's horrible. It is horrible. And if these people cannot be saved, if they literally are possessed by some exterior force that you and I can't fully comprehend outside of what we're taught in the Bible, then what do we do? Because people like you and me are forced to live on this planet with those people. We don't want to be around them. They're forcing us to be here, though, and they're taking advantage of us. Yeah. And I don't know. It seems to me like those entities, I'm convinced, are real. I'm convinced demons are a thing, of course, being a Christian like I am. I'm convinced possession is real. And I'm convinced that this is actually happening with a lot of people. I've seen it in my own life. I just don't know what we're supposed to do, because if they're here and they're going to do that to you, and they're going to act as a sleeper cell and just wake up as soon as they see you and turn into pure evil, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? You got to take us away from here. We can't be associating with those creatures. They don't respect rules. They cheat you. They lie. They steal. And I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube company, all 7,200 or 7,000 employees, are evil. I'm just saying that there's a sizable portion of them that are. And when they see somebody like me watch a video or whatnot, they get this impression in their mind like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over. Suddenly their minds just click. into a different direction. I've seen it happen. Maybe not with YouTube support people and whatnot, but I've seen it happen with people. I am not kidding about that. There was this woman named Renee when I was in Omaha, Nebraska. She was a perfect example of it. She met me for the first time in a Unitarian Universalist church and gained 150 pounds and turned into a social justice warrior idiot immediately afterwards. Possession's a real thing. And every single time I try to break through, I am blockaded. And the whole legacy of my past up to, or with everything I was doing in the military, the fact that I was blockaded right when I was about to crest the hill. Right, I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Right when I was about to crest it, they knocked my knees out from under me, and the rock ran me over, and I fell back down the hill. That's when they disqualified me as a pilot and tried to get me a dishonorable discharge. There's a long story behind that, but I'm telling you, these people are pure fucking evil. Pardon my language, but they are. They're not good people. And we still have to associate with them, so I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then I go through the rigmarole of publishing my first book, and this company just will not give me my sales numbers. I know I've sold more books than they're saying I have, just by looking at Amazon's constant restocking. I know I've sold more than what they're saying. And a bunch of other metrics that I've been keeping track of. I know that I'm selling more than what they're telling me. I can't seem to break through. I know this is a good book. This is the book I'm talking about, guys, in case you haven't already heard about it. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon and audiobooks and Kindle and all that stuff. Many more to come after this one. I say that a lot. And it's true. I can't seem to break through. It's just, it is highly unfair. Highly unfair. And when you're following the rules and the enemies that you're playing that, with whom you're playing that game are not, then they're just using them to take advantage of you. To lie, cheat, and steal from you. Those are people, entities with whom you cannot associate. So I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't be in the same world as people like that. So, is the case for eviction being made? Is God above going to come and take us away, all of us who don't want anything to do with those people? Or are patriots going to be getting fully in control and basically put those people in asylums and prison as necessary? I don't know. But what I do know is I've been made into a failure to launch because I keep on getting my knees knocked out from under me. Quite literally, with the diseases that I have suddenly gotten, going from a marathon runner to barely being able to walk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what we are supposed to do. Because I know there's a bunch of you out there watching this video, because the audience is starting to grow a little bit, who understand what I'm talking about, and who are genuinely, earnestly trying to be good people. A lot of you. I know that. If you're listening to me and watching my videos and you're not just a troll, then I know that you're earnestly trying to be a good person, trying to make the world a better place. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Because these, for lack of a better term, creatures, we still have to live with them. And they're going to block us at every turn. Whether you are fully human or something else or some combination in between, they see that you are something, you represent something that they don't like. They're going to cheat you. They're going to cheat you. And if nothing else, I am a bog standard white male in the United States, in the Western world. A lot of people just hate that for no reason. They're possessed, those people that hate the bog standard white male. I haven't done anything wrong, I'm just a guy. So I ask God, when is he going to come in and just get these bastards out? Because we can't do anything about them being here. And when am I going to be allowed to break through? When is the door or the way going to be opened for me where I can actually break through? Because right now I'm just on survival mode. I'm living off of disability, and I make a little pittance off of my real estate, and I don't even make that because it goes towards expenses. You know I'm capable. And I'm just sitting here, idle. I'm trying to do things that are of value. Sitting here idle, I wrote an entire fucking book. And I have a bunch more waiting to be published. And I'm making this YouTube channel, which is now at 1,958 subscribers. And I helped my mom build her channel, which is almost to 27,000. I'm trying to do things that are worthwhile. Not just sit on my ass and do nothing. I'm helping my family get healthier. There's a lot of things that are good. So small, you know? They're so small. And I'm happy that I have even that opportunity. Please understand that. But I know I'm capable of so much more. Because the priorities of this world are so inverted, I'm not able to be utilized the way I want to be utilized and the way the world would most effectively utilize me. See what I'm saying? So I'm just like, when am I going to break through? When are you going to let me break through, God? When is this going to finally come to a head and things are going to change? I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. I know it. But try to take this with the backdrop of everything that I've told you in my previous videos about my capacities and my trainings and how little I seem to be doing with that. And it's not from choice. It's not my choice to sit idle. I don't want to. But here I am. I feel like Harry Potter, when he's just sort of putzing around trying to figure out how to find and destroy the Horcruxes of Voldemort. He felt completely useless. And it says something similar in the books, if you've read them. For the millennials out there, Harry Potter is a very popular thing. It's a good series of books. J.K. Rowling is a good author. It's not terribly complicated to read, not terribly complicated to understand, so it's very attainable for people. I feel like Harry Potter, I'm not some boy who lived, but I am being wasted, and I can empathize with what he felt. I just want to be used, man. I want to be utilized. And I want to no longer have to worry about money. Because the expenses keep on popping up right when I get the money. Just like it's trying to keep me at a certain amount of money in my bank accounts. Not let me get past a certain amount. It's like, get off my back. Get off my back. Let me win. let me win. The only way I'm not winning right now is because you're cheating. Wow. So honorable. But of course, demons aren't honorable. They have no desire to be honorable either. Demons are real, guys. All right. Rant done. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 116 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In this one, I'm going to discuss the lowest common denominator approach to discerning truth. What I mean by that is there is so little that we all know in this life that we must filter our perceptions, our subjective comprehension of the world around us with as much objectivity and first principle baseline truths as we can possibly muster. And there aren't very many of them with which we may work. Let me give you some examples. Consistency is more important than intensity, whether it be in your writings, in making videos like this on a consistent basis, or any number of other things, like exercise. I say this as part of my mantra at the beginning of every one of my workout streams. The mantra being, welcome to my workout stream. See how a guy with crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, still gets his exercise in. Spoiler alert, you just go a little bit easier. You don't have to go hard, you just have to go. Eat an elephant one bite at a time, and never give up. That perfectly aligns with consistency over intensity, though both are important. There are seasons in your life where intensity will outweigh consistency. It was what we called, when I was in the military, hurry up and wait. You had short stints of extremely high activity that you prepared for in your consistent training, which was very accurate with what we should have been preparing for when it comes to fighting the enemy. Because those times where you fight the enemy, face to face, or something to that effect, those skirmishes are only going to last a few seconds to a few minutes. But all the training that you do up to that point, the consistent training, is what makes you fully prepared and able to win that fight. So both are important, but consistency over intensity, because it's what you're going to spend most of your time doing. So if you're in a state of depression or weakness or something to that effect, I say that a lot, and you can only muster up the ability to, say you're a writer, write 10 words a day. Okay, that's fine. What you do, you write 10 words a day, and then you start to build up the confidence and the happiness that, hey, I've done this for 10 straight days. I've actually gotten 100 words written. It's not much, but it's something. So then you go up to 11 words per day, or 12, or 15, or 20. So first week, 10 words per day. Second week, 20 words per day, etc. Until you are fully confident in yourself. You got yourself up to 500 to 1,000 words per day in your story writing. And you're like, wow, I'm making serious progress. You're no longer depressed. You're capable of doing the things that you wanted to do. And you will overshoot at first. You're going to be so happy and elated at this fact that you're now writing 500 words per day that you shoot up to 2,000 words per day, thinking that you can sustain that. This happens to everybody. It's just the way it works. You overshoot once you get to your stability point. It's fine. Just re-gauge yourself. Go up to the point, overshooting a little bit, realizing that you're overshooting and come back down
It turns out your stability point, where you don't wear yourself out, but at the same time, you're accomplishing your goals and you're no longer depressed. Let's say is 700 words per day. There you go. 700 words per day. It will take you 100 days to write an entire full-length novel. Not bad. And then all the editing and all of the back and forth with your publishers, you might get a book published every 6 months to a year. As you build up rapport with your publisher, it goes faster and faster because they know how you write, they know how to edit your works, and you know all the ins and outs of how to communicate with them, and vice versa. And it gets better and better. Consistency over intensity. And another baseline fact, death is bad. Sounds pretty simple and plebeian, right? Well, look at the conflict happening in Russia and Ukraine right now. We have no idea what the hell is going on over there. We can't. There are simply too many variables for us to fully comprehend the geopolitics of it all. And as single individuals, we can't know. We don't know everything under the sun. Only God can know what's actually going on over there. But we can get to a baseline truth that death is bad, and it should stop. We should minimize death as much as possible. This harkens back to the Ten Commandments, which themselves are lowest common denominator truths. Excess weight is bad. Body weight, I'm talking about. So if excess weight is bad, those things that cause excess weight are also things that you must minimize. For instance, sugary sodas. Sugary sodas are something that we should eliminate or minimize as much as we can in our lives. You can have a treat every once in a while, but most people don't have that kind of discipline to just treat it as a treat. And especially those people who are on Snap. They're on Snap for a particular reason. It's because they have not been very wise with the path that they've taken their lives down. They don't make very much money, and they don't make very good decisions in that regard. And usually, that comes along with a very high level of unhealthiness. So, they're not going to have the kind of discernment to determine that a sugary beverage is not good, without some exterior force giving them some idea of what they should be doing with that money. This money, by the way, is stolen out of the hands of people like myself. It is a tax. We pay for it by taxes. So, if you're going to live off the government dole, you have to follow the rules. Nobody should live under the government dole, truly. But if you are, you have to follow the rules. Which is, if they say no sugary drinks, no sugary drinks. If you want to buy sugary drinks, buy it with your own money, not with the money that the government gives you. Saving is better than spending, generally speaking, more than generally speaking, like almost exclusively speaking. And therefore, the central banking system in Keynesian economics, which has incentivized spending your money the moment you get it, has caused tremendous imbalances in our world, and it must be done away with immediately, entirely, obliterated, and the wound cauterized. Never be allowed to come back. Saving is better than spending. When you save money and you get to the ages of 65, 70 years old, and you've put away, say, 10% of your income every month, that's built up into $500,000 to $1 million, and you didn't spend it. Now you can use that money to live off of for the rest of your life. And you can also invest it into other things that can make you more money. That's a baseline truth. Saving is better than spending, though spending and saving both have their places. You don't want to save so much that you become a miser and you don't enjoy things of life. I was actually reading a little bit of Seneca yesterday, and he was talking about a kind of philosopher's mean, or Aristotelian mean, Aristotle being the philosopher of that time.
in that you want to live slightly above what the average is for your lot, for the people around you, so that you can give them something to strive for, but not so far out from their reach that they're disincentivized to even try. It's critically important. So, to that point, saving being more important than spending, I have a rule for myself. Let's say, I decide for one reason or another that I want to get myself a Ferrari or a Lamborghini at some point in the distant future when I have the money to do so. I have made a rule for myself that I will allow myself to do that if it is less than 1% of my net worth, or rather, less than 1% of my yearly income to buy the vehicle. So that vehicle is $250,000 in today's dollars. That would mean that I have to be worth make $25 million a year, or something like that, in order to buy one of those vehicles with my own personal thresholds. I want to give people something to strive for, but not be gaudy and ridiculous about it. So I'm talking about the lowest common denominator approach. That's what this is, because we know so little. And so many of us think that we know everything. I remember my brother Brandon when he was 15 years old, and I knew he was at this era in his life because I had dealt with it a couple years before in myself. He told me when we were actually in a little scuffle in the backyard, "I know everything." He yelled that out loud, and I knew that's what he was going to do. It was interesting. We know nothing. We know nothing. The amount of information we can know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information that can be known, because any finite number, no matter how large, is still infinitesimally small compared to infinity. Just the way it works. We know very, very little. Learning is better than stagnation. One of the reasons I make these videos. For my progeny, my descendants, my family members, whether they're directly from my line or my nephews or great-nephews, etc., blah, 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 blah. I make these videos so that maybe I can give them a couple kernels of truth when they are alive, and trying to sift through the social and cultural and political and economic mores of their times. Because it's never easy. It's never easy, especially when the leaders renege on their responsibilities. There was a book that I read a long time ago, back when I was like 20 years old, called Where Have All the Leaders Gone? It's written by a CEO of, I believe it was GM. He was the CEO of GM for a while. I forget the guy's name. It was a long time ago that I read the book, but the title was Where Have All the Leaders Gone? And people reneging on their responsibilities. Some of us are forced into that position. I want to lead, but I have like 2 people that listen to me to any degree. And I tell you, I want to lead, but you can't force people to want to follow you. It's the way it works. I'm a military veteran, and I still only have a handful of people that listen to me. It's just the way it is. They have to decide it. Doesn't matter how clear your message is. If they don't want to hear it, if they're not receptive, it's not going to do anything. So try to make it as poignant and clear and receivable as possible. That Aristotelian mean. Meet people where they are, but always try to nudge them to get better. And contributing is better than not contributing. Again, that's why I'm doing this. So to all of my descendants, anybody else who might be watching this in the year 2100, well, let's just say 2030, I don't know, try to be better. You don't have to go hard. You just have to go. Little incremental improvements are enough. Believe in yourself that you can do it. I promise you, you can if you try. Learn about compound interest. It's not just something that is related to money. It's related to everything that you consistently put effort into, as long as you're not being suffocated by exterior forces for one reason or another. But even then, it still has its effect.
So, all right, guys. That's all I got for today. I'll come back at you in a little bit, a couple hours with a short. I'm going to be writing with my friend Kara again today. We missed last week because she had jury duty. But, love y'all. Peace. Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. The moment I start talking, Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo II is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. Look at that seat, is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So, it's a nice scooter though, it's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped, so we're gonna get to this. Let's ride the scooter. Beautiful day outside. It's nice having a beautiful park right next to my house. You see that right there? That's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The Wetland Reserve, right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, it's down there. This is the Wetland Reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take the scooter through there, though, because it's too bouncy. High school. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. Let's see. Soccer game. But yeah, this is Wood Creek High School. My alma mater. Pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the Wetland Reserve because it's got a bike path, as you can see, right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going, so you'll see here. All right, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Hello. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day. And it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. Sun's breaking through nicely. You can see there's a little bridge over here. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So, here we go. Alright, here come the bumpies, guys. Oh, I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. I think I ran over its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. This is a park. They call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library. Alright. There's the dog park. You need to have your dog registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there is new. The black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that I visit on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several 3-on-3s here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friend Josh, Brett, my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time. Really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah, that's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm gonna do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright. Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. Show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you. Why are the episodes of Doctor Who, a show that used to be my favorite show before it went woke, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, such episodes that resonate with me so powerfully? Welcome to day 184. I'm telling I'm a YouTube millionaire. So basically, the overarching theme of that pair of episodes is Clara, the woman who was his assistant at that time, which, by the way, in real life is a gorgeous woman, in my opinion, ends up being forcibly unalived by a crow, or a being that's taking the representation of a crow. And she did nothing to deserve it. She did nothing wrong. But it was placed upon her by some jackass. And some jackass in the Gallifreyan world, which is the Doctor's home world, specifically to lure him into a prison of their creating. Because they wanted him to explain to them the prophecy of the hybrid, which is a melding of the Daleks and the Time Lords. He doesn't actually have the information that they seek, per se, or rather, he doesn't know that he has it. But what happened there, why it resonates with me so profoundly, is that they put him in a prison that had essentially no escape. He was going to be there until he gave them what they sought. Except there was an escape. It's just that the escape seemed so ridiculously far away and difficult to attain that anybody who was sane would give up. At least, that's what you might think. He had to punch his way through a wall of splentium, which is, in that show, a material that's like 1,000 times stronger than diamond, that was 20 feet thick, after he discovered that that was where he needed to go, which took months for him to figure out. And he'd have a handful of seconds to punch the wall with his bare hands before the stalker in his prison would get him, finally, and cause him to pass away. But the way the torture chamber was designed was it was supposed to be zero entropy. So, no energy out of the system, no energy into the system. What's there is there. That means that whenever the Doctor would dissipate and go on to the next life. He would reform into exactly who he was before, without any of his memories, essentially precisely how he came into the torture chamber. He'd have to go through the entire process again to re-find the way out and get a handful of seconds in each one of those lives to punch at the wall of Splantium with his bare fists. I mean, maybe perhaps if he wanted to, he could take off one of his shoes and whack it with his shoes. But the point stands. So it goes with the design of this reality. Everything might be stacked up against you. And everybody might know what's actually going on. But they ain't gonna tell you, because you need to get this done. And it does have an end state. It's basically a reversal of the roles between Satan and God, in that God has to suffer for a near eternity to save his children, humanity. But of course he's willing to do it. That's a reward that is infinitely important. So, as I've explained to you guys, all the various things that have happened in my lives, I still haven't given you all of them, but a bunch of them, that would make a normal person want to unalive themselves. Each one of those, consider it a standard deviation away from the norm, in terms of how many people would be able to endure it without unaliving themselves. So, one of those situations is a single standard deviation away, which means that only 15% of the population would be able to handle it. Two of them is 2 standard deviations away, 1% of the population would be able to handle it. 3 of them, 3 standard deviations away, 0.1% of the population would be able to handle it, etc., etc. All told, from what I can gather, just rough estimate, I've had about a dozen of those things happen to me. Maybe even more. The thing is, it's not even an option to me to do that other thing. It never has been. It never will be. You want to know why? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You could literally be walking through hell for a veritable eternity. Devastation and apocalypse around you in every direction. But if you're with God, if you're with love, none of that stuff matters. In my novel series, the main character, the scientist, is shown to do something like that. Everybody around him can see that after a veritable eternity, he does legitimately succeed in his goal of saving the universe, saving existence. But he's the only one that cannot see it until the very end, because he's literally making the reality as he does it. So everybody else can see the end state, which is Eden, heaven, right? As you and I might perceive. But every time he tries to look into that future with his time machine, all he sees is an empty, infinite entropy void, where everything has completely dissolved, and it is perfectly uniform nothingness, where time no longer exists. The theorized end to the universe, as our astrophysicists currently believe it's probably going to go to. That's what he sees. And he keeps going anyway. Why? Because the people with whom he is working are what matter to him. He wants to be with them. He wants to have a personal relationship with them because he loves them. There's no end goal aside from that. He's already attaining it. And if he has to go through hell in order to accomplish it, all the more proof of his love for humanity and the other species with whom he works in the story. Basically all life. So every time I'm punched in the gut by this parasitic force behind the scenes, which is real, it's actually there. It provides all the more proof that I actually mean what I say. I actually believe what I say I believe. And I really do care about people as much as I say I do. And if I get nothing, no material possessions out of this, don't take it too seriously. Nobody gets out of this life alive. It's real stuff that's happened to me. And I will not let it be rendered irrelevant by nobody knowing that it has. Because I bring up that maybe everybody knows what's going on except for you. I'm not assuming that. I think nobody knows what's going on except for a handful of people that are actually carrying out the torture. The devil, as you might say. But even so, I will continue. If nobody were to see it, that would be a shame. But I'm trying to do everything I can to ensure that the story does not go quietly into the good night. That it will be heard. You have to do the same thing. Communication is everything. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 163. I'm a YouTube millionaire. Before I start with what I'm going to talk about in this video, I just want to state, you have to be willing to be cringe in order to get to new understandings of your life and of the world around you. Sometimes it looks a little bit like a dumpster fire. You see right there, right? But you gotta do what you gotta do. Today I plan on reading an essay to you that I wrote, again, back in like 2018. This one's a pretty long one. It's called Remember Who You Are. And this harkens to what I just said. Sometimes you gotta be fairly cringe in order to do that. Especially if who you are is something that's considered cringe. On some level, anyway. I don't know. Let's get to this. For those of you who read my various posts on this forum, this was Facebook back in the day, understand that I hide almost nothing from you. What you see here is the thoughts that are going through my mind. I want to emphasize that. I hide nothing. And when you hide nothing, at least initially, in the knee-jerk response, it can feel cringe. It's okay. Don't stress about it. In a few years' time, nobody's going to remember what you said and did anyway, aside from yourself, and only if you're over-obsessing over yourself. I find that with increasing pressure, though I do not like the pressure that comes from many sources, as I do not understand its purpose or ultimate origin, that is, I did not, I do now. More thoughts continue to pop out of my head, more ideas. Through all of it, however, I have found one thing to be a certainty, albeit quite a curious one. The more pressure that I am put under, without any light at the end of the tunnel provided to me, the closer I go towards the light that I personally know exists and that light is God. I tell you this now because while my posts may in some ways grow increasingly esoteric and even unsettling to some, it is my truth. That is, it is not your truth unless you want it to be. In no way would I ever imagine foisting it upon you, and in no way would I require its acceptance from you in order to enter into my circle, aside from my absolute bedrock. All that care to know me, in a humility that can only be garnered from their own internal search for truth, can know me and be my friend. I am entirely accessible. I see you all, in one form or another, as family. Some of you may be more extended family than others, but you are all nonetheless my family, if you desire to know me. It has been said by many a person, some more notable than others, that is more well known in our various structures of society, that what comes out of you when you are under pressure, without some other carrot placed before you, is who you really are underneath all the layers of occlusion. These layers we must sift through due to the scheming that produces them. Scheming required to survive in a world that is so deeply lacking in true empathy. If pressure is put on you without a direction, and what comes out of you is hatred, violence, vitriol, then that is where your path was and is leading you. The farther you will go before you will finally reach your breaking point, the more you will double down in your actions or intent, the farther down that path you had already walked. And when you can see it, then and only then can you make a decision to either continue on that path or change it. The same is true for those who are put under pressure but walk towards something that only breeds more love and compassion, something that only splays out and desperately searches for more solutions to the many problems that plague the human family at this juncture in our short but variegated history. To be clear, however, you can only see yourself if a carrot is not placed in front of you. This is because a carrot is yet another layer of scheming that is constructed by others to act as a means to an end, to have their human will carried out through you. Without that carrot, the only one that can guide you in any direction is you and your history, your racial memory. Without any other light, you'll either make your own light at the end of the tunnel, make your own, or give up. And when pressure continues to build, everyone will eventually budge. There is another beautiful thing that comes of this, and I hope you understand. When you start to follow the path of your history, your racial memory, or you decide to change it, at that point is where you truly begin your journey. At that point is where your history begins anew, entirely yours, and you are sovereign unto yourself. With every step you take, in either direction, though I hope and pray you will walk towards truth, you will lay yet another brick, pave yet another pathway, construct another terrace where your fortress begins to grow, and in whose shelter other tortured souls may confide, in that most cherished of paths towards love, for yourself and for your neighbor. Whether you like it or not, for those of you reading this, and for those of you who have read my other works, what I reveal to you is who I am. I cannot say with complete surety just yet whether this path will lead, though it will never end, and when time is without capacity to defeat, or with complete surety who exactly I am underneath all the obfuscation in its totality, as I have yet more pressure to be put under and even further to go. Thus, with every step I take, I continue to evolve, perhaps turning into something entirely original, something that has never been seen. But at this point in my own history, I can tell you that I am Peyton Pearson. I am your friend, and I love you, whoever you are. I write, and of myself reveal everything to you, or damn near everything, because this is how you see into me. This is how you will read into my ultimate intent. And this is how you will build trust and empathy. This is your porthole into my soul. We live in an era now of infinite stories, with an infinite capacity to write them and communicate them in all different forms and modalities. In truth, every human being is their own unique story unto oneself. We are, none of us, merely an endless list of considered objective facts that identify you through some exterior consensus mechanism, but instead stories in all their richness and color. The only way to achieve truth in what seems to be an endless occluded world, to break down the Tower of Babel that always seems to cause us to elude the true meaning of our intent through words that can never describe with perfect exactitude what we mean, is to speak in this idea of story, in our endless stories in which all act as independent keys to the door within every soul. These doors protect us against a world where no one can ever be perfectly trusted or perfectly confided in. The story, infinite stories, can achieve parity with, and even then surpass, this barrier, transcending the walls that block off our emotions from one another. Through our stories, into our hearts we see, infinity trumps the finite every time. When you find yourself confronted with the most extreme of philosophies and directions from others, especially those that may be walking a path more or less oblique to your own direction, or even going in the opposite direction as yourself, there is something that we must remember. In this era of the starkest black and white, this most clear of juxtapositions offers up the greatest opportunity in the history of the human race to attempt to empathize with sides that are far different from our own. Step into the shoes of those people and discern why they have chosen the paths that they have chosen. Listen to their stories. Mind you, this is contingent upon the fact that they have empathy themselves. You may find that when you can allow yourself to be in complete calm in the presence of a person whose very ideas would otherwise cause your blood to boil, you will recognize the resistance that pushes you farther apart. Once you recognize it, the juxtaposition will reveal some yet greater truth within both of you. Through this constant barrage of assaults on your ideals, you will get to the core of what it is that you truly stand for, and begin to build upon it. With every word is built more of your truth. With every brushstroke is spoken more of your story. With every step toward one another is more depth of heart and emotion revealed. It is from this point that you can now clear away all the debris that was preventing you from building your fortress. It is from this point, your bedrock, that you can truly know and trust yourself. And it is only from this point that you could ever truly have any hope of empathizing. This is your core, but it is also your line in the sand. When you present yourself with nearly the most egregious philosophies that could possibly be mustered in your presence, and you can still find common ground with each other, then you are seeing yourself in the light that you had never seen before, and you are seeing the other in that same light. You have seen, through digging to the bottom of the other's philosophy, that perhaps they were infiltrators all along, desperately dodging overpowered enemies, hiding their truths from being stamped out, camouflaging themselves from what would otherwise be a fiery death. If you find, once you dig all the way to the bottom of someone's obfuscation, that they have not given up in the search for truth, which is to say that they have not given up, the machinery of their bodies, the worn-out pieces of flesh that were strapped together with various machinations in order to shield them from hell, in order to keep them alive for just a moment longer, you will feel the hero that stood when no one else could continue. That hero is you. And from you is found the progenitor of hope. No one else but you. But in that same light, if you find that through the resistance, that most extreme of comparisons possible, upon this worldly plane, that the person underneath all the layers of occlusion is still one that refuses to stop spouting off endless vitriol and hatred, you will have to make the most painful of decisions. That person is beyond your reach, for they do not want to reach for them. Do not want you to reach for them. They have turned their back on you and have completely and thoroughly given up. They refuse to acknowledge your existence, for they have already accepted that you do not exist. If you present yourself to them, assuming you could survive their attempts to drag you down to nothingness, a la the movie What Dreams May Come, it would nonetheless kill them at the very core of their being. As I continue to go along my own personal path, as I continue to search, I find that the greatest way that I can empathize with everyone else is to undergo that very same pressure, though perhaps on a much more indeterminate level. There are things that happen in my life that go far beyond the scope of anything I could tell you in writing. Far be it from me to convince you of them, as they reside in the realm of what we still, in consensus, consider fantasy. How am I to tell you that the array against me, an array meant to squeeze more out of the furnace, an interrogation, is as vast and all-encompassing as anyone dare not imagine? It is perhaps not in malice, but all the same, ever present. No. And perhaps you do not need to know that. In fact, I am certain that at this juncture you do not need to know it. Just know that I have determined a great many things in my life in the short 27 years that I have walked on spaceship Earth. So you can see from this that it was 9 years ago. What I have found above all else is that I will stop at nothing to get us out of this hell. But the principal way to do this is not through force of arms or even more scheming. It is instead found in talking to you, telling you how much you matter, telling you how much you deserve to be loved, listening to you as you confide in me everything that has hurt you throughout your life, doing everything in my power to understand you and show you that no matter what point on your path you find yourself, if you walk towards your own inner truth, you will never walk alone. I will meet you there, as I too am in that search, fellow traveler. The farther we go, the stronger we get. To dispel the demons of ridicule, deceit, fear, and hatred, we must move courageously and shirk the notions of anyone's disapproval. Such things have no hold over you, and they never will. They are crafty illusions, constructed by a paradigm that whispers into our ears that we must fear or feast on each other's souls for survival. Know that such a whisper can only survive if you believe it, if you believe in it. Acknowledge its existence, but give it none of your attention or energy beyond that, lest it should suck you in and never release you from its grotesque grasp. If you find my writings or speakings weird, sometimes nonsensical, or even abrasive towards your personal philosophy, this is all for the better. See this as a perfect opportunity for you to inquire, as I will never attempt to stamp out your flame, only help you to see the path that I am walking, and strive to better see yours through the increased fidelity of my own personal definition. The greater the challenge to your beliefs, the greater the learning opportunity. That is, when you can trust in yourself that you are strong enough to fight off the diminutive demons of deceit, and trust the other that they will not allow such demons to be born from their own souls. When you trust yourself, you will automatically differentiate and disassociate from those who would do you harm. I will prove to you, as criticism perchance mounts for my own ideals, that through my actions, your inner truth is safe with me. Unconditional acceptance. That's this essay, guys. It was a long one today. Hope you enjoyed it. Love you all. Peace. Good morning. Welcome to day 159 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And you know, I think it's routinely appropriate to remind everybody, myself included, that one of the big reasons, if not the primary, or maybe even the only real reason that I make these videos at all, is because, honestly, I'm thinking towards the future. I know that there will be people in my shoes, let's say in 200 years, and if these videos are here permanently, they are discoverable, even if very difficult to find. Even if the signal and noise becomes so faint that it's nearly impossible to discern signal from noise. It's still there. You can still find it. Have the right key, and you can find it. So, to that point, make sure that you're putting keywords and stuff like that properly in your videos, because there will come a point in the very distant future where people are going to try to find this stuff, and there's literally quadrillions of videos out there, and it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to find you. But the reason I make these is that eye towards the future. Whatever ends up happening with me in this life, I know that there are going to be people in a couple hundred years that are going to be looking back and thinking, or are going to be thinking, how exactly do I deal with this situation? I don't know. There's no precedent for it. Well, maybe there is. And it's just really hard to find it. And if you're in that very rare instance where there genuinely is no precedence for something, then you better make sure that you record it. There are going to be people that are going to need your wisdom, especially if you react properly to the situation. I really would love what I'm doing here to be, and this is a big thing. Remember what I said with quadrillions of videos out there in the near future, and it's going to be very difficult to discern X from Y, Y from Z, all that stuff. But one thing that will matter is if you have family and descendants and all that, they're going to have a vested interest in looking at what you specifically had to say, how you specifically lived your life. And you can be guaranteed that however many descendants you have, if you become some type of historical figure, at least in your lineage, that those many people are going to, at some point in their lives, want to look back on your life and see what you said and what you thought. The more information, valuable information that you have, the more signal in that noise that you produce, the more people are going to want to listen to you, not just your own personal family, even in those quadrillions of videos. I look at giant channels like Joe Rogan Experience, Timcast IRL, Osmongold, all those types of people, and they've literally got billions of people watching them at one point or another. I may only have my own family, my direct family, that consistently ends up watching what I make. If I have a huge family, I'm going to be affecting a lot of people. You're not living for yourself. It's not about you. We all pass on. Memento mori. What the emperors always had whispered into their ears by one of their lackeys, if you will. Flunkies is what David Graeber calls them, but it's a very important flunky, quote-unquote, to have. Memento mori. Remember you die. You remember that and you will live your life as the Stoics did and do, with an eye towards that future. With an eye towards the duty and responsibility to provide the very best vector for other people that you possibly can. And I can tell you, the 2,000 years of history of Jesus and how he's made people better, made civilizations better, and him directly, his life, was the example of exactly what is perfect. Why would I ever say no to that? Why would anybody? Especially when there's abundant proof, evidence, that he really existed, and he really did what he said he did, and he really was resurrected. Why would anybody reject that? He was a man that just went around loving people, treating people well, healing people, and he had a standard. That is, my grace is sufficient. Follow me and you'll get that grace. He has that legacy, and basically the whole of the world is his family. The whole of the world that decides to follow him. That he is their king. Their friend, their king, their savior. In that order. He'll be forever remembered. There's no reason not to. using him as my exemplar, my example, it is incumbent upon me to as closely emulate that man as I possibly can. Don't ever expect that you'll achieve it, because it's perfection. You won't. But you get closer and closer to it. You get better and better. Just as the founding fathers of the United States, they had that same philosophy. You're never going to make a perfect government. You're never going to make a perfect civilization. You're never going to make a perfect education system, etc., etc. But you will progressively get better and better. Perfection is a goal, a target that you'll always strive for, knowing that you'll never attain. And that's okay. You don't have to attain it. You crest that hill, and suddenly Sisyphus doesn't know what he's going to do. It's like a dog that catches a car. He wouldn't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to catch perfection. But have progressive targets that get you there closer and closer and closer. And when you attain those targets, just accept that those aren't perfection. They are perfectly suited to the situation and the life that you've lived and the purpose you are trying to fulfill in that part of your life and the lives of others. But it is simply meant to give you an eye toward the future so that you can start building new stuff. I notice that so many, this always seems to happen, at least, and I know it's manufactured. I can see it, I can feel it. Let's just say a production company in Hollywood gets to their magnum opus in movie. Like, let's look at Avengers Endgame as an example of this. Avengers Endgame was spectacular. It was a fantastic pair of movies. One of my favorites. It was the magnum opus of that director, writer, Marvel Studios, all that. And then after that, they just sort of tried to destroy themselves. They're like, oh, we're done. Time to destroy everything. That's not the way it works. That is not the way it works. And yet routinely we see it happen. And I know it's manufactured. Same thing happened with Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're trying to destroy themselves. It's like they got to their apex, and now they want to just destroy everything. Or like they see that as the next path, the way to get to the end of the game. Ironically, Avengers Endgame, right? No, that's not the way it works. It never has been. We are where the rubber meets the road. Get out of this suggestion loophole, or suggestion loop. It is a negative feedback loop that keeps you stuck, prevents you from progressing and making things better. Get out of it. It doesn't stop. You are living. You are alive. You are a creator. You are making the world around you. The double slit experiment proves this. I can tell you more about the double slit experiment later if you want me to. Just let me know, guys. You exist. You are a conscious co-creator of the universe around you. And I hope that in the future, if I do have direct descendants, children, pray to God I do. Pray to God I have a humongous amount of them. That they'll see this as well. That they'll go out and be those co-creators that they're supposed to be. And not just lay down and accept that the best has already occurred. That the United States, for example, peaked in the 90s, and then that's that. We're just going to destroy everything now because that's the only way to get to the rapture. That's a lie. That's a lie. We are alive right now. This is our existence. The future is what we make it. I'll tell you that right now, right here. God, Jesus, He's there. But He's given you the responsibility, the duty, to build the world that He has bequeathed to you. You don't just give up. That's retarded. And I mean that in multiple senses of the word. Not only does it slow progress, but it's like legitimately stupid. So that's why I make these videos. One of the reasons. There is also a certain subset of individuals that I want to connect with that will not talk to me directly, or very seldomly do. I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She knows who she is. Pretty sure she watches my videos on a fairly consistent basis. But know, sweetheart, that there's going to come a time, if you don't talk to me soon, where you're no longer going to even see my comments on YouTube. I'm going to be lost in the noise. You don't have much time. I'm trying to grow with you so that... See, the way YouTube does it is they'll actually notify you if you've been given a comment or a subscription by somebody who's in the vicinity of your size on YouTube. But your channel is exploding so quickly that there's going to come a point where you're no longer going to see me. So, of course, I want to give you the time to do what you need to do to get yourself confidence, to get yourself ready and prepared to be in my life and me be in yours. Just know that there's a time limit here. Not mine. YouTube's. YouTube has heated your channel. And I've been trying to advertise my channel. I'm actually putting money into it, and YouTube just blockaded me from doing it. There was an error in their AdSense program. And they think that I'm actually a company when in fact I'm an individual. But I can't keep up with you anymore. Even when I was advertising like that, I still wasn't keeping up with you. I was at least treading water, but you're going to outpace me. You're no longer going to see me. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be part of that noise. You need to talk to me. If you ask me out, which is what I want you to do, I don't want to ask you out, because I'm terrifying. I know that. I will say yes. I guarantee you 100%. You know who you are. I will say yes. And if you refer back to my Desperate Times video, also keep in mind, if I am still terrifying to you, which is definitely a possibility because I know you're intense, but I'm even more intense. You can divest me if you need to. I'm putting that out there as an option so that if you need to divest me, if you need to, you can, and I'll accept it. I hope that makes sense. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. You gotta ask me out. And I know you live probably a good 1,000 miles away from me, but that's a journey I'm willing to make. Or you can meet me halfway. So, alright. So, like I said, eye towards the future. Be the signal in the noise, at least for your own lineage. Love you all, guys. Peace. Why have I added Asmongold into my repertoire of people that I follow for news information? Welcome to day 173 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So, there's a couple layers to this. The first one is there's a certain decentralization of information that is necessary in order to prevent that information from being corrupted by a central negative force. The centralized media, the legacy media, used to do that to everybody all the time. I really hope that this is at least somewhat obvious to people now, the majority of people, and I think it is. That was the first level that needed to be dismantled in order to make a good amount of real, proper information possible to get to us. Then the next one is to have the right information put in front of individuals who have no vested interest in lying to you. Asmongold is just a dude. He's very rich because he hit the jackpot and was at the right place and the right time to become really big on very big social media platforms, primarily Twitch and YouTube. The guy makes on the order of $150,000 a month. He's very, very, very wealthy. But he's, other than that, just a pretty normal dude. He calls himself a degenerate, and I can see why and how he says that. He's not necessarily a faithful person. I do hope that that changes for him in the future, because he's definitely faithful adjacent in that he associates more with those who are faithful than those who are not. He has more in common with them. He has relatively liberal perspectives in terms of like wanting a universal basic income, abortion rights, stuff like that. But he has a libertarian perspective on that, in that he does not believe we all should be forced to pay for those things. That is, we can vote for it if the timeline bears out that we go in one of those directions. It's bearing out right now that we're going to get rid of Planned Parenthood in the very near future. Thank God. Thank God. And that we're removing abortion as something that's considered. That's a very good thing. Protect life. It is a man's duty to protect life, and I think he understands that on some level, even though he's decided to live as a degenerate, as he says himself on many occasions. So, you have to have somebody who does not have a vested interest in lying to you. It would be the case where he did if his advertising revenue, where he made his money, required him to lie. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The YouTube ad companies are no longer falling in line with the social justice warrior wokeism cult that we've been trying to navigate for the past decade and a half. There's still some of it out there, but not nearly like it was. And then, in that he does not have that vested interest, he also will just make a video on a topic. And if there are one or two things that I'm missing about that topic because it wasn't put into the main news story, he has an aggregated, collected knowledge from his chats, the people who watch him, that he can fill in the blanks where I missed. Fill in what I'm not seeing. Even with that, look at what happened with Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, and that they're actually trying to convince people that Epstein did unalive himself. No, he didn't. But the point behind that is that they're trying to show you that what they saw was so unbelievably bad that even they want you to believe the narrative. People who have hundreds of millions of dollars invested into being honest and truthful and forthright with you. Dan Bongino, he left his humongous Rumble platform to do what he's doing. So if even they are saying this, something that you and I both know is a blatant lie, then it's bad. It's really bad. Like, whatever you think is going on, multiply it by at least 10. That bad. So, you still have to have your own critical thinking in addition to that. A decentralized form of communication, decentralized sources of information. Have them fill in the blanks where you're missing. Have many sources of information. And then think critically to yourself. In a world where we actually could trust each other perfectly or close to perfectly, a lot of this wouldn't be necessary. But because of those little gremlins that fill in the cracks, it is. So who of you out there actually believe that Epstein unalived himself? That committed self-deletion? Who among you believe that the number one, defendant, or not defendant, but subject of the case, as a very well-known person to have absconded with a lot of high-level leadership in our country and the world, unalived herself as well. She even said that I would never do that, and if it ever does happen or look like it, I didn't do it. Think for yourselves, guys. That's the principal thing we're trying to get out of this, because we live in a world that takes advantage of our high trust with one another. That's what the dark force does. Alright, that's it for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 122 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, it's going to be a review of Letters from a Stoic by Lucius Seneca. Now, this book was written basically as a dialogue between Seneca, Lucius Seneca, and Lucilius, who was one of the children of the emperor at that time. Now, Lucius Seneca was born around 4 AD, so right around the time when Jesus was alive, and the emperor of his youth was Tiberius Caesar, for the Roman Empire. But Lucius Seneca was a Stoic, obviously, and his perspective, or his philosophy on life, which is basically, so the way I see it, there are two different types of philosophies in general. The first one is the theoretical philosophy, where you develop entire realms of thought, like, say, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe being a construction for the whole of what it is to think, meta-thinking, metaphysical, metaphilosophical. And you have Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. You have I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes. People who create entire modalities of thought within the idea of philosophy. And then you have those who have a philosophy that is designed to help you live a better life. That's really what Stoicism is. It's the application, kind of the engineering side of philosophy. So you have the theoreticians, and then you have the engineers. Both are extremely important, and both have their place. Seneca would be
a philosophical engineer, in my perspective. But his philosophical perspectives, nevertheless, were so difficult for the general public to accept at that time that he was actually banished to the island of Corsica, I believe it was, when he was in his 50s, right around near the end of his life, and was brought back into the fold of the empire so that he could teach Lucilius, the soon-to-be emperor of the Roman Empire. And the way this book is written is a dialogue. It's basically them writing letters back to one another. You never get the letters of Lucilius, the ones he wrote to Seneca, but he writes back to Lucilius with the various ideas that he has, the various philosophical teachings. And it was actually designed intentionally, and they say so much in the book, to where it was not just meant to be for Lucilius. It was meant to be actually broadly publicized about the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire at that time, so that they could all read it as well and get the full brunt of Seneca's philosophical teachings with respect to Stoicism. Basically, what you see me doing here with you, with all these videos, and my ability to talk to you directly, if you were to send letters or communications back to me, let's say it were a recorded telephone call or a recorded Skype, that's the equivalent of this. I'd have the Skype call recorded and posted to my YouTube channel for everybody to see. And any ideas that came about from that, everybody would be able to glean. It's a very good philosophical book. Lots of really good concepts in it. I have a bunch of notes written here. I'm going to go ahead and go through them. So, he brings up the point that you should not read a humongous amount of philosophical works or novels or poems or anything like that just to read them. And the idea he is coming about, or he's trying to present here, is that you, again, like I said, you don't want to read them just to read them. You want to read them to actually get a lowest common denominator truth out of them. Every work that comes from somebody of actual value, somebody who's actually trying to produce valuable works, like this one, like the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, like Immanuel Kant's philosophical writings, like Socrates, Aristotle. You don't have to accept whatever they say whole hog, and in fact you shouldn't. But you can find the kernels of truth within them. That's what Seneca's really getting at when he says don't read a bunch of stuff just to read it. So I disagree with the way he wrote it in the first part of essay number 1, but the general idea is there. He also says, I'm glad to learn in order that I may teach, which is the point of this all. Again, that's why I'm reading all these novels and these books, so that I can give you guys a basic general review of it, and you can decide whether or not you want to also glean those kernels of truth from those books as well. This is one of those books that you definitely should read. It is really good. He also disregards maxims in favor of looking at the whole philosopher. That is to say, don't just try to find the 5-word quips to give to somebody about somebody else's teachings if you don't really understand what they mean by it. There's a lot. He speaks of a lot of intelligentsia at the time that know these maxims as if they are wise, but in fact they just know those 5 words that a philosopher said, and that's it. So he's got a very good point there. It ties into having the whole picture approach. I also found it really interesting that he has a lot of proto-Christian echoes in his writings, which it kind of makes sense because he lives during the time of Jesus. Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, he wasn't Christian. It makes me think of the 100th monkey theory, which is to say, the cultural zeitgeist
which is an underlying paradigm of the world at the time, might actually have some type of thread that connects us all together subconsciously that we don't actually consciously know about. Where a great thinker 2,000 miles away on the planet spouts out some amazing ideas that have a ripple effect on everybody around them, and those ripples, without you even knowing, reach all the way over to you in your subconscious, because we're all connected. And this also harkens to the idea, why would Jesus even come to a province of the Roman Empire at all? It's because he believes, that there was something salvageable within Rome. Not just the Jewish people, not just Israel, not just Jerusalem, but that there was something salvageable within Rome in general. Pontius Pilate, who had great respect for Jesus, had to do what he did, and Jesus told him that he was required to do it, partially so that Rome would stay stable, at least for a couple hundred more years. It eventually collapsed, sure, but the entirety of Roman civilization is kind of the thread of all civilization. And I think Jesus knows that. More than I think. I'm almost certain of it, which is why he decided to dive in to history at that point in time. The specific spot that he went, basically to be the center around which everything rotates. It was brilliant. And, tying into the fact that, or the idea that Rome is kind of the thread of all of human civilization, there are rhymes in this book from like Virgil and other great authors of the time, Homer, where the words still rhyme, even after they've been translated, rewritten, and all that stuff for thousands of years. They still rhyme. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think it's because when you look at a lot of Latin words, they're almost identical to some words in English today. All right, we even have some that are, in fact, identical. It's because it's the underlying thread of it all. So sometimes you will encounter rhymes that still, in fact, rhyme. It's crazy. It just makes the point that this is our cultural thread of all civilization right here. So yeah, he lived from 4 AD to 65 AD, and the way he died, which was very, very brutal, was intentional. He actually made a scene of his own death because he was told to commit self-deletion when it came to the end, which was very popular in Rome at the time. When you fell out of favor with the emperor, they wouldn't unalive you themselves. They would tell you to commit self-deletion. And the way he did it was brutal, intentionally. When you read the letters, it's almost as if he was telling the emperor and the leadership that I want my life to end in a way that is memorable. It was almost as if he was in the undertones telling them, do something like this to me. And they gave him what he asked. That's something that you have to read the story, or read the philosophical work, in order to be able to glean it. Because it's an undertone. So, yeah, strong recommend from me. Very, very good. If you want to consider yourself a Stoic to any degree, this is at the top of the list of books that you should read. Very good. Strong recommend. So, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 and tell I'm a YouTube millionaire.
Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. That I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density, whatever, of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be so disgustingly evil. How he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of Western civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see good people out there that are trying to do good things that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world. I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. All right? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds. And became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now, that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 101 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent. And the 50th Law is Nihil timendum est. Fear nothing. It's right there. All right. And I'll say, overall, it was a pretty interesting book. The main gripe I have is that 50 Cent legitimately did come from a very difficult upbringing in the hood. He was a hustler. He sold illicit substances. It is a very dangerous thing to glorify such lifestyles. Leads to a lot of damage of individuals and entire communities, as one might be able to very easily and readily see in said hoods. Nevertheless, it is at the same time very good to get some insight into that world, so that, one, you can figure out how to fix it, how to help the people within it, and two, you can figure out how to make it so that it doesn't happen again. You have to meet people where they are. That's a truism across time and space. You have to meet people where they are. That's why when Jesus came to earth, he was both human and God. He was human so that he could actually relate to us. But he's still God. So, I have some notes here that I wrote down, as one does when they're going to review a book. Let's see. The first one is on somewhere around page 100. Robert Greene states very clearly that you are one of a kind. The way he says this is that there will never in all of history be another one of you. Whether you're Dr. Manhattan or just some regular standard human being, we all have unique DNA that can only ever be repeated once. There are so many different combinations and permutations of how DNA can be put together that there's simply not enough time, even in Google years, to randomly make another one of you exactly who you are. Have an identical twin, you two are still different, at least a little bit. You are uniquely you. And the uniqueness that is you is the story that you make, how you live your life, and how you react to your adversities. And that's part of what they're talking about in this book.